This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hello, I'm late. Sorry. Thank you so much for being here. I greatly appreciate it. It's so good to see y'all on this Saturday. I have a sore throat. We will go until I cannot go anymore. Today, we've got so much to talk about. Oh my gosh, y'all. They came out last night and made it worse. Oh my God. What did they do? They made it worse. Jeez Louise. So, we're going to go through what we can today. I'm going to try to we really kind of need to go over the whole 9-hour live for the most part, but I've got a couple of key points. So we're probably going to watch about 30 more minutes of that live. Then we're going to see what Lori Hellis has to say about the manuscript situation. There is a bunch of videos on TikTok from the actual stalker, but I think we can get what we need from these other things. And then we're going to try to get through all of the live that they did last night that made the situation worse, if you can believe it or not. Oh my goodness. Yes, gaslighting the public for real, Dandy, comparing Lauren Mathais to Brad Pitt and all the things, all the things. Good to see you, Hannah UK. Ruth Ann, good to see you, Queen Olive Ruth Ann. Hello. Barb just gifted 5 speculation station memberships. Thank you so very much. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Um, I can't see, I haven't accessed the live yet. I'm working on that right now, but I can't see who was gifted. I will try to see in just a minute. If you were gifted from Barb and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Barb thank you. Thank you so very much, Barb. That was so sweet of you, and I greatly appreciate that. That helps so much. Thank you for giving the gift of more videos to 5 members of our speculating family. I will grab the haunted train to pick our new members up. Thank you again, Barb. I greatly appreciate it. Okay. Thought I had the live. There we go. Hello, Black Binks. Okay, the memberships went to Bratty Stolen Spirits, Barb Murray Babas. How did Barb gift herself a membership? YouTube's acting crazy. That is crazy. Barb gifted herself a membership. ACF, Angie B, and Sarah Watch Party was gifted by Barb, as well as Barb gifted herself, which I find really interesting. Paloa's mom, good to see you. After he said Brad Pitt, I turned him off. Oh my God. Black Binks, good to see you. Yeah. I haven't, I'll be honest with you. That was the only thing that I saw from her was the interview really with Stephen Stern's parents. I know a lot of people I don't even know. Abellis, good to see you. Brenda Sue, good to see you. Dandelion Queen of Hearts, good to see you. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, thank you so much for gifting a membership. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. And that went to Jazz. Queen Olive, thank you so much. I like your picture. I'm able to see y'all's pictures better on my computer screen now. And so I like a lot of y'all's pictures. So pretty. Thank you so much, Queen Olive, for gifting that membership. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Again, that membership went to Jazz. Jazz, if you are here and you are aware you were gifted from Queen Olive, please tell Queen Olive thank you. Thank you so much, Queen Olive, for giving the gift of more videos to Jazz. I greatly appreciate it. Let me grab the haunted train to pick Jazz up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you again, Queen Olive. Lorianne, you watched most of the bullshit you said. Kim Gittle, good to see you. Thank you for entering the chat. Crystal Burns, going back to Cali, good to see you. JDR, good to see you. Drama brings in the money. I mean, and that's a big thing for a lot of people. Curious Christine, good to see you. Love, and thank you for gifting a membership with a little pear giving a thumbs up. And he's so cute. Thank you so much for the super sticker. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Um, I have like a lot of documents from this case. I'm gonna upload them on Patreon. I don't know if we'll have time to get through them all today, but if we don't, we'll go over it tomorrow if y'all want to go. I mean, Monday if y'all want to, or if y'all want to move on to something else, you'll have to let me know. But I got a whole bunch of it. Um, Justin Toast. Okay, Justin re Okay. Stuff channel, good to see you. I hate the way YouTube is doing that. Good to see you. Not yet. Not yet. I probably won't open the panel today because we're going through videos. Sometimes I open the panel, but just I don't do it a whole lot anymore. Because there's a lot that comes with it. So and plus we've got like a crap load to get through today, so I probably won't open the panel. But if I do, if you want to email me and let me know what you want to talk about, what specifically you want to talk about on panel, I'll get back to you and let you know. Maybe we can set something up. Hannah UK, good to see you. Let me say hey to y'all real quick so we can get started. Queen of Hearts, Ruth Ann, Queen Olive Ruth Ann, Miss Piloa's mom, Tilly Bird, good to see you. JDR, good to see you. Barb, Abellis, Lori Ann, Curious Christine, Hannah UK, Dandelion, Mama, good to see you, Mama. Bratty Little Me, good to see you. Tammy, good to see you. Michelle, good to see you. I'm not in the consensus here, but I follow H2 Crime and I appreciate what they do. She covers stories I want to hear, and I think she's professional about it. And that's a big thing for me, Michelle. I don't want to bash her. I don't, okay? But my whole point in even speaking about this yesterday was like it seems to me that she's worried about these messages getting out where she's talked shit about people and families. And if you are running a channel, especially one as big as hers, um, you need to always in everything you do, in every text message you send, in every post you make, in every comment you make, everything, in everything you do, you are representing your brand and your channel. And you've got to act like that. You've got to treat shit like people are going to release what you say in text messages because there are people that will come and try to get in your life and be your friend with the sole intention of doing that. Because, like JDR said a few minutes ago, the drama brings in the money. And so if somebody can get dirt on a YouTube creator, especially one that's as big as she is, and they can release that, then it makes them get attention. They get noticed and they get money. And that's what people will do. You have to be very careful. You can't trust nobody. UTD, good to see you. Percy, I think that's Soups. Good to see you. Jenny Jen and Anja, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Prayers for Melody Buzzard. Oh my goodness, I know. I'm so worried about her. Tammy, Sydney from sunny South Florida. Good to see you. Snarky Pants is here. Good to see you. Good to see you, love. Tilly Bird, Shelby's here. Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. All right, I think I've got about everybody. One sunny day. Good to see you. I remember looking because I look at y'all's profile pictures. Little Red, good to see you. Good to see you. I'm just disgusted with this garbage. First, no, hidden true crime. You did not get justice for a victim. You also are not a crime investigator. You are a YouTube creator, just like the rest of us. Stop it. And yeah, that's what we need to talk about with the one that come out last night. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Infinite possibilities. Good to see you. Shroda, good to see you. I had not even heard about it till yesterday. Oh my gosh. It's crazy, isn't it, Shroda? Black Knight, good to see you. They are just making it 10 times worse. I am at a loss for words. They are professionals. Don't they know this? She must have money for a crisis PR firm to help stop them from doing this. You would think so. If not, she needs to hire one because what she got going on ain't working. It just ain't, in my opinion. Orange Rose, good to see you. I saw a purple. Purple. Tammy Mayfield, good to see you. Good to see you. Cara, Chrissy knows it all. Good to see you. Good to see you. Sweet Sativa, good to see you. Good to see you. I posted a story in Discord about a YouTube creator called Mr. Crafty Pants. Well, He's been arrested on child CSAM charges. I need to look into him, but with the name Mr. Crafty Pants, that would concern me out the gate. I hope he wasn't doing children's videos. Lord Jesus. Another one and another one. Good to see you. Good to see you. Listening from the side. Good to see you. Good to see you. Dr. Babe diagnosed all of us last night. Oh, Lord. Under your live stream, October 24th. That would be a comment if you left it under the stream. I'll check it out though. I'll write it down. B 549er said all of us at some point have smack talked someone. At least Lauren acknowledged it and took responsibility. And you are right about that. I don't agree with filing paperwork though. But we're going to talk about it. I'm going to try to skip through. Kelly, good to see you. I got to skip through, unfortunately. Like, as much as I would love to go through the whole 9-hour live stream, I can't. And that's, I'm trying to lay everything out the way it was presented to us, but unfortunately I can't do the whole 9-hour live stream. I just don't have the time. So I'm going to go through those of you that are here from Lauren. I don't want to say sides, but I have got a couple of timestamps and we're going to watch about 40 minutes, 40 more minutes of this one.
Yeah, that. Yeah, let me finish. There was more.
If I miss something you guys find important and you can give me a timestamp, I will play it and we will go over it. So we're going to go from 1:35 to 2:40. That is about an hour. We might, I think Mr. Speculating has to leave to go out of town tomorrow. If he does, I might come live tomorrow too, just to try to get through this. And then we'll pick it back up at about 8 hours. We're going to stop at about 2:40 and then pick it back up at 8 hours. All right. So we're going to start here at 1:35.
And that people wanted my head on a platter. And that is a quote. There are a lot of people that are really pissed off and they want my head on a platter.
Hey, Bethina.
And here he is. Here he is. Here it is. This is a creator
Right.
that Grayson called.
Exactly, Rise of the Phoenix.
And this is verbatim from them on June 19th. The only thing that I can tell you is there are so many people right now that are pissed off, that are calling for her head on a platter. It's pretty much the message I can get. That's pretty much all I know. It's just been a lot of mean things. And just in the first time text or a text from someone I don't know too regularly, and it's like, oh my God. I just think from the messages I've seen, I would prepare for something publicly at this point. I don't know how or when. I just tell people I don't want to know what's happening. So that way I can truly say I have no clue. There are a lot of people that are really, 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 really pissed off right now. And that's really all I know. People are mad. I would say brace yourself based on a few things that I have heard here and there. Something's in the works. A couple of messages I got were, keep an eye on your notifications because we're going to blow this shit up. I don't want to say it's over. It's kind of just getting ramped up. And that's reading the text messages I've gotten. Brace yourself. Something's going to go big. Something's going to go viral. I'm not touching it. I'm not getting my hands dirty. End quote.
So that was from a creator to Grayson, letting them know that something's out there. But she had to do something. She had to say something that would make somebody feel like if they put it out, they would be getting their hands dirty. That's the biggest thing. You can't represent a big company and go out there and do things where you're getting your hands dirty and creating information or talking shit about victims and their families that would fuck your brand up, because that's what she's inevitably done. I have sympathy for her because I feel like I don't, again, like I said yesterday, and I don't mean it in a mean way. I just feel like she's had a very sheltered life, and this is really, I don't think that she expected people to turn their backs on her like they have, or like she says they have, with the text messages and the things like that. I think she thought that she could trust them fully 100%, and that nobody would ever turn around and put out messages where she's talked shit about people. But unfortunately, that's what people do. And the other part of that is when you create an environment where you're talking shit about somebody behind their back, you're creating like a mean girl, quote unquote, high school, middle school type of environment. And you're going to attract people in that environment that like to talk shit about people behind their backs and create drama. So if you have an environment where people are talking shit behind people's backs and creating drama and sending all these nasty little text messages, you should be prepared for when it happens to you, because you've fostered an environment where that's acceptable and that's happening and you are actually a part of it. So what, you don't think it'll happen to you? You're sadly mistaken. I don't know. Allegedly she talked shit about some of the victims, Orange Rose. There's something about some poison donuts. I think it was Delphi. Some, if I'm wrong, please correct me. This is just off the top of my head. I do believe the grandmother, Libby's grandmother, brought donuts. No, 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 no. Okay. She said a creator brought donuts and they were saying don't eat the donuts, they were poisoned, but somebody else said it was the donuts that that Liberty German from Delphi's grandmother brought that Lauren said were poisonous and not to eat them. Max, good to see you. Rachel, good to see you. I'm seeing that a lot of this is damage control because things have been said behind the scenes. Going after Gigi shows me her character. Yeah. Secrets getting exposed. Exactly. Tammy Mayfield, exactly. And when you have a YouTube channel with that many people, you shouldn't have time to be running around talking shit, and you shouldn't do that because again, you are the face of your company. Everything you do, you're representing the company. And yeah, people make mistakes. I get that. But you're going to have to own it and deal with it and try to move on. I damn sure don't think you need to be getting the cops involved. Hey, Dragons, good to see you. You're not late. We just got started, honey. I'm just running my mouth. Yeah, that has all been taken way out of context. It was a joke. I can agree with that too. Also saying that, you want somebody's head, somebody wants my head on a platter is also it's a way of talking of a I don't want to say a conundrum, but a or an oxymoron, but it's like just a saying, just a phrase.
So what did I do?
Figure of
That was
speech. Thank you, Crunchyroll.
absolutely devastatingly frightening to me.
Mhm.
I had no idea what that meant.
Hey, Jamie.
And so I decided to call the police because at that point, I am fearful for my safety with such a vague threat. And the
Right.
police,
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
we're going to get to this later. Stick with me. Well, yeah, we're going to get to this later, but the police called my
Exactly.
stalker and she recorded that phone call, but let's not play that yet. I'm going to go back a little bit. But let's fast forward. So let's go a little bit let you know this. After I called police, and we're going to get to that in just a little bit. 3 days later, 3 days after I called police because of that
That's
vague
where I'm
threat.
at.
They want my head on a platter. They're going to blow this shit up. Fast forward to June, and my
I think that she knew saying things like, they want my head on a platter and they're gonna blow this shit up. Like, she's got to know it's a figure of speech. Come on now.
stalker created both a TikTok and an Instagram account solely about me, where she continues to this day to post harmful things about me in efforts to expose me. And she uses that. They're going to expose me.
Okay. So Ruth Ann, the first time she calls the police, or what I've seen from skipping through the live, is when they go out to eat, which is what we're going to cover at about 2 hours and 40 minutes, right before we go to the 8 hour mark. It's going to talk about the first time she called the police. This part right here was important for me because she said that now this girl has created this expose thing on TikTok. Now, this is going to be, there's a couple of people she's going to talk about. This is the one she classifies as her stalker, creating an expose. Again, I have to, when you are a YouTube creator, it's a double-edged sword because you're out here, you create videos. If you're good enough, you make, or not if you're good enough, if you're, I would say, lucky enough, if you're able to put the work into it, it can become something that pays you at monetary value. It can be a good thing, okay? But at the same time, people that, with everything that has good, there's going to be bad. With every YouTube creator, there's going to be people who like you and people who support you, and there's also going to be people who don't like you. And the bigger you get, the more you get of both. And as you keep growing and keep getting more successful, when you have a YouTube channel that has like 100,000 or 317,000 people, you more than likely will have somebody that will come along and that will try to get really, really close to you and try to get as much information and details as they can about you with the sole intent of quote unquote exposing you. People are going to review your videos and talk shit about you. I mean, it is what it is. There's going to be good and there's going to be bad. There's going to be people who like you and there's going to be people who don't like you. And again, that's something you've got to think about. You've got to look at everything and be very careful. And the best way to do it is to say, I'm representing my brand right now. Do I really need to talk shit about this person? Because if this got into the wrong hands, how would I look? What am I going to do if somebody goes on a video and reads this out loud? If you go through life and these trials and everywhere you go and you look at it like that, you're saving yourself all of this bullshit. All of this bullshit. Believe, good to see you. Your head on a platter equals holds you accountable for your actions, in my opinion. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
And in my opinion, she knows that. She knew, but she said, "Oh, well, technically this could be a threat. So I could take this to the cops and they could do something because technically it's a threat." I feel like that's what she did, but I don't know. Oh yeah, if you don't mind, twinkle twinkle baby and hit the thumbs up.
Come on, players, stop hating. Stop hating. Start participating. Start participating, star. Come on, twinkle, twinkle, baby. Twinkle, twinkle.
So, I mean, you just gotta be professional at all times, and then they can't get anything to expose you about. They don't realize apparently that they are doing a huge injustice. They are taking away from the real stories, and that's most shameful. They lost sight of what's important. I agree, Curious Christine. Lord, crying over her young child's mental health. Why does her child know about this drama? That's on her and her husband. I agree with you there too. They have all acted like high school mean girls, but using the court system to silence someone isn't right. I'm with you there too. Exactly. I feel they could have just squashed it. I do too, Jamie. I do too. Banana Bottom, good to see you. I think she's really afraid, but not for her safety. She's afraid for her reputation, lifestyle, and money. Again, exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
And that, in my opinion, is because of what she did. If you had never been talking shit about people in text messages, then nobody would have anything to put out against you and to quote unquote expose you for. You got to be careful, especially when you meet people and you're already a big content creator. I wouldn't trust nobody. I've got my group of mods. Most of them have been here with me since like the first month or two that I started streaming. And like, I'm not, uh, I love our speculating family, but I'm not a very trusting person. Like, you can't be trusting people out here. But I don't talk shit about people either. I just don't. I mean, for what? Why? I'm not that type of person.
She posts like every other day. This has been going on for
Hey,
months.
Hio.
She's obsessed with me. The first TikTok about me posted on her personal page. So she started out on her art page, on her regular Instagram page. The first TikTok about me on her personal page, and later she decided to post it. She created a new page that was actually
wow.
confirmed by Lindsay when she took the stand that this was created about me because she just didn't want it all on her art page. So they decided to start a separate page all about me.
I mean, again, but you're a pretty high profile YouTube creator. I would expect it. Lily Mac, good to see you. I watched the whole thing. I don't remember anything about donuts, much less poisonous. There's something in there about it. I could search the transcript and find it, but they talk about fucking poisonous donuts. I remember, and I was like, "What? Wait a minute, what?" It's in there somewhere. Um, I'll I'll search the transcript. Let me know if you need me to pull it, and I'll search the transcript real quick. I don't know if I have it in my timestamps, but if you want me to pull it, I can. Just let me know in the chat box. Cara, good to see you. I mean, good to see you. Thank you for sharing that milestone with me, love. I greatly appreciate you sharing that, and I greatly appreciate the continued support for 11 whole months. Oh my gosh. Carson, speaking of 11 months, almost a 1-year-old baby. I know. We have a baby, that was 2 months ago. So we got a 2-month-old baby. We got a 2-month-old baby, Cara. That's so awesome. Thank you for sharing your milestone. Hannah UK shared her milestone and said she's been a member for 7 months. Wow. Doesn't feel like that long. It doesn't. It doesn't. Thank you for your continued support. I greatly appreciate it. And Brenda Sue, thank you for being a member for 9 months. We got a YouTube baby. That's awesome. What are you going to name our YouTube baby, Brenda? Brenda said, almost a year here too. Best chat on YouTube. Thank you, love. Thank you for the continued support. Thank y'all for sharing your milestones. I greatly appreciate that. Abellis has been a member for a whole daggum year. That's so cool. Woo woo. She said, woo woo. Thank you for being a member and my friend for a whole year. Thank you all for being members and for the continued support and for being my friend for so long. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. And thank you again for the continued support. Mimi said, I seen it yesterday about the donuts. It's all over social media. Yeah. 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 Rebel Princess, this is Lauren Mathais. It's a long story. Hey, Malibu Surf. Good to see you. Dor, good to see you. It's been a while. It has. It has. Yeah, the poisonous donuts. It's all over. I don't know where exactly it's at in the 9-hour live, but they talk about it.
And the first TikTok about me posted on her personal page and later on her targeted page, so she posted it twice, is her telling her friends
Commander Alpha Turkey
that I wanted to use my brother's sperm with an egg donor so that I or a surrogate could carry his baby. And before you play this, she is referring to my brother that died.
Okay, now that's a big thing for me. Everybody has been losing their ever-loving mind over that, and I'm going to take it back just a little bit. Hey, Janie Kendall, good to see you. Thank you for subscribing. Nice to meet you. Everybody coming in, good to see you. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry that the names are like the @ symbol. I'm going to try to see if I can get it to go back to saying your names, but thank you for being here. I greatly appreciate y'all. It's nice to see you. I want to back that up because everybody's flipping out over one thing she said, but there's an important thing that she said that I want to discuss with y'all that I don't know if anybody picked up on. So listen to that again.
3 days later, 3 days after I called police because of that vague threat. They want my head on a platter. They're going to blow this shit up.
Oh, yeah, she did call police about that. I apologize. So, yeah, she called police about that. And again, I think that's because she knows that technically it could be a threat, even though we all know it's not, in my opinion.
Fast forward to June, and my stalker created both a TikTok and an Instagram account solely about me, where she continues to this day to post harmful things about me in an efforts to expose me. And she uses that. They're going to expose me.
And I'm sorry she
posts like every other day. It's just been going on for months. She's obsessed with me. The first TikTok about me posted on her personal page. So she started out on her art page, her regular Instagram page. The first TikTok about me on her personal page, and later she decided to post it. She created a new page that was actually confirmed by Lindsay when she took the stand that this was created about me because she just didn't want it all on her art page. So they decided.
So she hasn't got to the part we're going to talk about. Rachel said, I don't think she's scared. She's mad and incredibly bitter that someone would dare talk about her. Lauren, you badmouth victims' families. And that's the thing here. Rebel Princess said, I don't think it's a good idea to have a baby with your brother. And it's definitely not. And see, a lot of people were more upset about the fact that she speaks about her brother being in an accident and they were going to take his seed from him, and they're relating it to RAPE. I'm not necessarily, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't feel like it's RAPE necessarily, but what's most important to me is something that skipped over kind of quickly here, and I haven't heard many other people talk about it. When she pulls up this video, she's going to say that the girl was talking about she wanted to sleep with her brother because she wanted to basically take his semen so she could be a surrogate or somebody else could be a surrogate. So at some point, Lauren Mathais was thinking about being a surrogate mother, from my understanding, from what I'm getting, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, but from my understanding, at some point she was thinking about possibly being a surrogate mother to have her brother's seed and somebody else's egg placed inside of her so she could carry the baby, or have another woman carry a baby with her brother's seed. The biggest thing for me, though, here is that she said so that I or somebody else could be a surrogate, meaning at some point she thought about having her brother's baby inside of her, regardless of whose egg it was, if it was her egg or not. That's just fucking weird to me. That's more weird to me than the whole taking his sperm without permission. I, mm, I don't know. It's just a little bit weird. It was a family discussion, but I don't think her family is the one that put it out. It if her family discussed that, that's okay, that's cool, it is what it is, but I don't think it was her family that put it out. Like if her family discussed that, her family wouldn't come out here and put that out. You know what I mean? Without his consent. Yeah, the IVF, yes. So basically what is being said, from what I understand, um the IVF, what would happen is they would take her brother's semen and another woman's egg. And then if Lauren was a surrogate, they would put another female's egg inside of her and basically just use her womb. Okay, so she wouldn't be having a baby with her brother. She would just be basically the pod carrying the baby. But that's weird for me. Okay, I'm sorry. That's just fucking weird for me. Or she's saying that another woman, they could do the same thing with another woman as basically the pod that carries the baby. Um, with taking the semen without his consent, he can't give consent because he got in a horrible accident and is not ever going to be able to have children or anything like that. I understand as a family wanting to have him continue to live on by having a child. Like, I could understand and see that because you care about him and you love him and all of the things. And I could see a family having that conversation. What they decide would be their decision. The bigger thing for me is something that skipped over real quickly, and that's Lauren suggesting she be a surrogate for the baby. That's just fucking, I can't with that. I'm sorry. When my sister-in-law found out I couldn't get pregnant, she offered to be a surrogate for my husband, and if we ever wanted. My sister-in-law is not related to my husband. See, and that's something that I could understand. And thank you for saying that she's not related to your husband. That can be a beautiful thing. I'm sure it's not something that you talk to your friends about, though. Out here on social media all the time, that where they can put it on the internet, maybe something discussed with family. And I'm sorry that you can't have children. It's weird for me that they're blood brother and sister, and she was discussing being a surrogate. And she's going to say it. I'm going to let her say it. She skips over it kind of fast right when she pulls up the video. Listen.
To start a separate page all about me. And the first TikTok about me posted on her personal page and later on her targeted page, so she posted it twice, is her telling her friends that I wanted to use my brother's sperm with an egg donor so that I or a surrogate could carry his baby. And before you play this, she is referring to my brother that died in March.
So that she or a surrogate could carry his baby. That's fucking weird for me. That's more weird for me than the taking his sperm without consent and everybody considering an essay. Like, I don't necessarily consider it. I mean, I could see where people are coming from saying that's, sexual assault, that's rape, all the things, but excuse me. It's if I put myself in the shoes of somebody, like as a parent, my child, my son, I have one son and one daughter, okay? Let's say I have one son and one daughter, okay? And my son is in a horrible car accident at the age of like 35 or something like that. And he always wanted to have kids. He always wanted to be a dad, and he didn't get the chance to do that. Would it be a conversation I might have? I could see myself having that conversation, knowing that there is the capability that his sperm was able to be collected and surgically, not by a nurse going in there and performing an act or with the hand or something. I don't know. I'm saying surgically, nothing degrading, I guess is the word I would use about it. I could see myself having that conversation. Would I want to me, it's kind of like back when when I had my daughter, there was the ability to save the umbilical cord so that you could get stem cells from it in case your child ever got sick or something. It's not the same thing, but I kind of related it to that in my mind. Um, I know a lot of people see it as essay. I could see myself having the conversation. I don't think I would go through with it personally, because my feeling on it would be, if God had wanted him to have children, then God would have had him have children. Like, if it was in God's will for him to have children, then he would have had children before he died. But I don't believe it's necessarily sexual assault or rape in that situation. But that's just me. I respect everybody's opinion on that. A child shouldn't be see, and that's another thing that I hadn't even thought about. Would that child then be a replacement for the son that died? That's a good point. Hey, Mike, good to see you. There's a lot of comments. I'm sorry. The comments are now on screen so everybody can see them, because I know I can't get through all of them and go through the video today too. Train wreck, so entertaining to watch. There's a couple of them on here. Jenny Jim, my love, said, I personally would ask a close friend if she could help. I wouldn't carry my brother's sperm myself. That's just my opinion. Right. And I definitely wouldn't do that either. Like, that's more of a problem for me than taking the sperm without necessarily asking. Yeah, it's 9 hours. Did he even want kids? Was he married? And see, that's the question you have to ask. If God wanted him to have kids, or if that was supposed to happen, I feel like it would have happened before he died. I don't like the girl, but it's not weird to me. I know how IVF works. I have 2 kids. So if knowing how IVF works, okay, if your brother, your blood 100% blood brother if you were going to carry, like, would you IVF your brother's child with his sperm and then another woman's egg inside your body? Basically, just be the incubator. You would be okay with that, is what I'm asking. Carson, in my opinion, the only way it would be weird is if there was ever a discussion that was like, I'm going to store my egg or sperm just in case something happens to me. That's one thing. But if it was done without the discussion, that's a little weird. See, that's not so much weird for me. What's weird for me is carrying my brother's sperm inside me, even if it was a different woman's egg. You would? Yeah, it wouldn't mess with the genetics.
My brother was in
You
an
would be the
accident.
incubator.
I loved him so much.
Hey, Helen.
My heart is broken.
Right.
I was like his mother. He was born when I was 7 years old, and I loved him so much. And I didn't have to be covering these trials, these Daybell trials. My brother needed me, but I went because I wanted justice for the Daybell victims, and I cared.
My bad.
The first Daybell trial that I ever covered, he had been in his accident just the week before. And my family rushed to his side, and he was going to invest in hidden true crime. And I knew that he would want me to cover the trial. I knew he knew how much I cared about the victims in the Daybell case.
This is hard for me because I feel like if my brother had gotten into a car accident, I'm going to be there regardless of the trial. I would have somebody else from my brand or my company or my organization, YouTube channel, whatever, go there for me and be there at the trial. Being with family would be more important, especially with the Daybell case, because that was a slam dunk case in my opinion. Paloa's mom said, I know a mom who had her daughter's egg and her son-in-law swimmers, and she carried their child, her grandchild. So that's see, that's weird for me, but it does happen, and I'm glad that she was able to do that for them. That's an amazing thing. I don't know. It's weird for me, but see, I don't. Again, to be fair, when I hear you explain it like that, it doesn't. It seems like a kind gesture. So maybe I'm letting my bias get in the way of it. Maybe I don't know. Have to think about it some more. That made me see it from a different perspective. I can't tell either, Dandy. How old was her brother? She says baby brother a lot, but how old? He was in an accident. He didn't have his ducks in a row. I don't know. Maybe I'm just well, she's only 7 years older than him. I wouldn't classify it as great, but I don't think it's right to use his seed unless it was a prior discussion with him and those were his wishes. And that's where a lot of people are at.
And so instead of rushing to my brother's side in 2023, I went to the Lori Vallow trial instead.
I don't.
Because justice for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy was so important to me, and I knew that my little brother would want me there.
I don't think that was a good idea. I think that she should have been by her brother's side. Yeah, referring to people as fans is bullshit in my opinion. You're putting people on a lower level than you are. You're placing them above. You're saying that these are my fans. That means you're putting yourself on a pedestal above people that like your content and that support you. I don't like that at all. I like to refer to us as like a group of people, like the speculating family. We're all equal. We're all together. There's no one above the other. Mind the gap. Good to see you. Said, really? I don't know. Really, what's the question? That's on you. She left her brother's side to attend a trial. I heard she's doing the same with her mom in hospice now. See, that's a big problem for me. That's a big problem for me because you need to be there for your family. This part was her personal belief her brother would want her to cover the trial. For me, there's nothing that would have come before my brother, period. And that's where I'm at with it. She told lightly flick and softly blow. Oh, Lord. Wow, they keep feeding their mass victimhood as if this is all normal. Right. I agree. She's weaponizing all the victims again. So does that mean that you wouldn't have received justice if she wasn't present in the courtroom? What the actual fuck? Exactly, Carolina. Exactly. I don't like it.
His funeral, he died in March of this year. And his funeral was the end of March, just the week before I attended the Brandon Boudreaux trial.
I mean, but that's on you. If you went to your brother's funeral and you were still upset, and later, a week later, when you attended the Brandon Boudreaux trial, that's on you. You should have took some time off work. You should have had, since you've got money for producers and all these people around you, you should have had one of them attend the trial and get the notes and take the pictures and do the things that you needed done. You should have taken personal time off. Again, I'm not even nowhere near as big as she is, but I've told y'all, I can't come live today. I have to go to the hospital. It's normal. Like, ma'am, and she's got people that can do the show for her that day, that can go to the trial for her that day or that week, et cetera, et cetera. Like, she makes enough money to be able to afford to do all that. I need you to stop it. I need you to stop it. Rise of the Phoenix says, "Where are the tears?" It seems like her eyes are welling up, but I ain't seen nothing come down her face. But her face is shiny with, I don't know if it's makeup or what it is. So I can't really tell.
I was devastated. And I want everybody to know, by the way, at that Brandon Boudreaux trial, I was, at the end of it, shunned by everyone. And I didn't know what was going on. And I'm fast forwarding.
Okay, and then again here, like she was devastated, but yet you still chose to go to the trial. And then you say, and I want everybody to know that I was shunned at the end of that trial. Okay, but number one, you're not even presenting like your brother just died and that you went to that funeral and it messed you up. It broke your heart so bad. You're not even presenting that you're that upset about it because here you are at the trial. So these people that shunned you should feel guilty about your brother having just died and you're having to deal with that. Yet you're not even presenting signs that show that. Like, that's not their fault. They shunned you for some other reason. It's not their job to know that you're going through some shit when they decided to shun you. It's you got to deal with it. Sorry. Queen of Hearts said what she has weaponized is the First Amendment. It's obscene. Yep, I agree with that. We do. We do. I do because she's trying to make this other person stop talking basically by keeping her in court. Yep. And it's sad when you can't when you can't look in the mirror and see that you're the problem. Her brow is shiny. Yeah, I was trying with the eyebrows. I can't. I saw something and I just can't unsee it. Narcissist. Yes, Finding Lori. Good to see you. Narcissist. She did an update on Patreon. Yep, and you had to pay and like to get more information, you had to pay more money. That's sick and that pisses me off. And I'll be honest with you, that really pisses me off. Yeah, I can't unsee it. This whole thing screams privilege, wasting police resources for an escort when your stalker isn't even present. TikTok's causing you to want to leave this world. First world problems are to the extreme. Yeah, it does. Her whole damn face is shiny. Yep. Quickly, I'm having such a hard time with her words. I at time enjoyed her streams, but now I just can't write. It's too much privilege. I mean, to me, when Nurse Ratchet instructor, she's certainly dead by now. This was in 1997. Oh wow. She chose trial over her family. Sorry, but that's all on her. Right. And the people who shunned her, it's not their job to know that she had just went through some shit. And I mean, they probably wouldn't have cared regardless. So
We'll talk about that later.
oh, I bet we will. As I dramatically grab the Kleenexes.
My brother was never he was not in a coma when we had these conversations about what we should do.
I don't
we were
either,
hoping
to
that
be
he
fair.
would recover from a traumatic brain injury that he suffered.
I don't know.
He was not recovering. We hoped and prayed. And the second year, we had to start talking about what do we do. He didn't have kids. He wasn't married. He wanted kids. Okay. We're biased, but my brother is brilliant and handsome and kind and has empathy and is inclusive. He's everything that I want to be. And there are many, many people out there that have fertility issues, that need sperm donors. And we wondered, at some point, should we save my brother's sperm? What would he want? Would he want to be a donor? And let me be very, very clear. If one saves the sperm from someone that is recently deceased, they can do that. It's incredible. Medicine is amazing. Medical care is amazing. That they could retrieve sperm from a recently deceased person, even if tragedy happens. And people that are in comas or people that perhaps aren't going to make it, that want to be donors.
Hey, Vicky.
And the way that is medically done, most people know this,
Yep.
is through a very simple surgery, a very, very minimal surgery. Thank you, Laura. These are very, I would never wish any family to have the conversations that my family had about my brother.
I hate the way she says that. My family had about my brother, and I'm trying not to pick on her, but it irritates me. Yeah, they're talking about her dead brother's sperm. The gist of the jizz conversation she's getting at right here.
Terry Shriver decisions that you make
Had to do it. Sorry.
about someone you love so.
Okay, I was watching somebody else review this. The Carrie Schreiber situations you have to talk about. Somebody pointed out, I don't know the woman, the that case specifically, but the person who pulled it up showed a woman who was brain dead, and her name is not even pronounced that way. It's a different last name. Lauren, when she pulled that up for the emotional um to have that emotion, the Carrie Schreiber's conversations you have to pull on that emotional heartstring. She's using that case, and she got the case mixed up. She had the name Carrie correct, but the last name was a different last name. And then the Schreiber's name came from a different person with a different first name. The case she's talking about is a woman that was brain dead, and it's referencing, trying to let that person live on through a child, or et cetera, et cetera. But she pulls that case out and didn't even take enough time and write in the script to make sure that she had it right. The last name and the first name together was the right name. The Carrie Schreiber's conversations you have to have. I can't remember the last name to say it correctly because I didn't look it up and I don't know the case personally. But it's wrong the way she just said it. It's not correct. Which, I mean, you're trying to put that out there on Front Street to pull on heartstrings, yet you don't even have it correct. Like, again, it's just a lot of ego. Yes, that's it. Shribo. Shivo. That's it. Thank you, Tammy. Terry Shivo. Listen to how she says it. I don't know that case. Listen.
Tragedy happens. And people that are in comas, or people that perhaps aren't going to make it, that want to be donors. And the way that is medically done, most people know this, is through a very simple surgery.
Listen.
A very, very minimal surgery. Thank you, Laura. These are very, I would never wish any family to have the conversations that my family had about my brother.
My brother.
The Terry Shriver decisions that you make.
Schreiber. Terry Schreiber. It's Shivo. But she says Schreiber. Like you pulled that out to pull on our heartstrings and then didn't even have it correct. Stop it. I don't know. Okay, Brady Little Me, have a good day, love. Gotta take my son trunk or treating. Oh, I gotta see if that's going on today too. I'm taking mine tomorrow, I do believe. But yeah, I don't know the Terry Shivo case, but she said it wrong, which a lot of people got upset about. The thumbnail of her sitting on the bed making her look so alone and victimized. Yeah, and yet somebody's sitting there in the corner recording. Is she responding to a rumor started by the person? I'm not on either side of this circus, but damn, there's a lot of unkind things being said here. Lisa, good to see you. There's a lot going on with this. I'm not trying to be mean or on either side of it. I'm just trying to look at it from all the points of view, and I feel like a lot of people have seen her side and not enough people have seen the other side or the court documents, which I do have. There's a lot going on here. Teresa or Theresa Shivo, and then Terry Shrivo. I don't know. Either way, it was not exactly right. The Darlene said, "Good to see you." Darlene, good to see you. Nice to meet you. Share this with the world. I'm in Australia and blown out how much personal shit I don't want to know is available, right?
You love
Right?
so much.
I get it. I used to too.
How can someone weaponize this? I agree. And she
There is.
weaponized it multiple times, and we're gonna see it. And I want you to know we ended up not choosing to save my brother's sperm. And it was a very difficult decision to make. And being a very honest, open person, I guess I shared, do we not, with a couple of people. I don't remember the conversation that I had with my stalker, but I know what my family was considering. And that was
Now, somebody pointed out, and I don't know if it's, I'm going to skip it ahead a little bit. No, I'll just let it play. Somebody pointed out, and I don't know, they said, why would you have that conversation with somebody outside of your family unless you were trying to talk to them about it to see if possibly they would be a surrogate? I don't know if that's necessarily true. Maybe she was just talking to the girl to let her know, I don't know what to do. I'm upset about this today because my family and I've had to have this conversation about my brother. And I just want to talk to somebody outside of my family to get your perspective on it and to get your point of view on it and to see what you think he would do. I don't necessarily think that she was talking to the person she calls her stalker, quote unquote, because she wanted her to be a surrogate. Is it possible? Yeah, maybe she was testing the waters to see how the girl took the situation to see if she was going to be a surrogate, but I don't think so. I think she just might have been trying to confide in a friend. It's just, unfortunately, you can't trust people when you are this big of a creator. And there's a lot of drama involved, in my opinion. I mean, I'm with you on that. That's just my perspective from it. No pulling my heartstrings and manipulating or gaslighting me. That is not stalking, it's internet trolling. I'm with you, exactly.
Bop, boom, 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 bop, bam.
And I mean, at the end of the day, it's all very strange and weird, and you can't make it up.
You can't make this shit up.
You really can't.
the gist of what we
Gist
were
of the
talking
jizz
about.
conversation.
So let's watch her first TikTok.
To get her brother's sperm extracted from his body, get an egg, and have either herself or a surrogate carry the baby, and then she raised it as her own so that his posterity could live on. One of the things that was a red flag that I should have seen, instead of chalking it up like, oh, that's a little weird, but whatever. So her brother got in an accident and he was in a coma, okay? So he was brain dead in a coma.
I want to reiterate that my brother was never brain dead. My little brother was making eye contact until the day he died. When I would take my little
Right.
boy in to see him, though he wouldn't make eye contact with me, he would only look at him. It was so sweet. He loved my little brother so much. Or he loved my little boy so much. They were so
Again,
close.
I
And they
agree,
looked like each
Megan.
other. He was the best uncle. So yeah, my brother would make eye contact with
Have a
me
good day,
whenever I
Queen.
visited him. He couldn't talk until I brought my little son. And then he stopped looking at me. You'd only
Yeah.
look at him. He was never brain dead.
All right.
To have a child with him. This led to a flurry of comments from people about me, including one about this being a form of rape, to which the stalker responded, yeah, you may be right.
I mean, again, that's people in a comment section. You're reading people in a comment section and getting upset about it. That's internet trolls. The internet's gonna fucking internet. It is what it is. You gotta learn to deal with it and keep it moving. Lord have mercy. Jamie Cook, thank you for gifting a membership. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. That membership went to Malibu Surf. Malibu Surf. If you are still here and you are aware you were gifted by Jamie, please tell Jamie thank you. Yep. Internet cat bite, said Malibu Surf. Yep. So Malibu Surf, Jamie gifted you a membership. Thank you again, Jamie. That was so very sweet. Thank you for gifting the gift of more videos to Malibu Surf. I will grab the Haunted Train to pick our new member up. Thank you so very much, Jamie. I really, really appreciate the support. That was so very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Jamie. All right, we're at 146. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try to get it right before she plays these videos, and then we're going to kind of skip through because I do need to get through this so we can get through all the other stuff. She's about to play another video real quick.
You have that, or should I keep going? You don't have it? That is an evidence.
Carolyn,
We
good to
have
see
that,
you.
but we'll keep going.
Haven't given anything.
She has since made multiple TikToks talking about this so-called R word. This is YouTube, so I'll say it once and not again.
Carolyn said, I lost my brother when he was 19. I would have given anything to have a piece of him left on this planet. I remember when his fiance married and had a little baby girl. I looked at that little baby girl. Carolyn, I'm sorry that you went through that. And that's why for me, like I could see that. I could see wanting to have your brother live on in somebody. So for me personally, that's not very weird. Like I could see having that conversation with my family about should we save his seed so that maybe one day a child could be born that would be like him. I could see having that conversation. I'm just being honest. However, I cannot see having the conversation that I'm going to carry the child that is my brother's semen and another woman's egg inside my body. Like, that's just weird for me. That's more weird for me than having a conversation about saving semen so that a piece of my brother could live on. You know what I mean? Brenda, thank you so much for the super sticker. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. It's got little hearts and a lady, and it says, You're number one. You're number one, Brenda. Thank you so much for that. I greatly appreciate the support. That was so very sweet of you. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. That was so sweet. Thank you again. I greatly appreciate it. I don't mean to keep repeating myself, but thank you. Sometimes I just don't know what to say. Oh, Malibu said thank you. Hey, hey, Indy, this is all clickbait. What is clickbait? The Darlene said, but it's not something you share on YouTube. Exactly. Why would you? I don't know. I don't understand why she would share it with her friend either. All right, let me play this while they play the video because I really want to get through all this stuff with you guys. There's just so much.
She claims that I want to do this to my brother, which is simply untrue,
So sweet.
completely malicious, and emotionally harmful.
Right.
I want to
Carolyn,
watch a
and
couple
I'm
more
sorry.
of these videos now. Okay, this one isn't a video because it was too difficult to blur my stalker's face. Despite these videos being public, by the way, she actually wanted her face shown in these cyberbullying campaigns. She's proud of them. I am the one choosing to blur her face. But this one was too difficult to blur. So essentially, she again was enjoying letting everybody know all the red flags about me, and number 3 was the biggest one, that she wanted. I wanted to get pregnant with my comatose brother's sperm. And then, were there comments under that one or anything, or should we read them, or are we good? There's too many. Okay, so
Right.
there are a bunch of
Okay.
comments, and we've saved them and shown the people implying again the R word or assault.
Okay, but that's internet trolls. I'm gonna go ahead and skip it ahead to 203.
That was what people I thought had my back. Like,
Right.
I'd never do that to them. Then they're doing that to me.
Hey, Mustang.
And at the same time, I have somebody who's very hurt at what they heard me say about them. And that felt really bad. And that's what I needed to address. And so
These text messages were released and she talked shit about somebody and it really hurt her feelings. And she's saying she would never do that to somebody else. She would never release somebody's text messages or whatever to hurt their feelings. But you were still talking shit. So what? You would rather talk shit about them behind their back? You would rather you and your friends that you talk shit to about them, when that person walks away, y'all stand there and giggle and look at each other and think about whatever you said? Oh, see, maybe at one point in a text message you said that her hair's greasy, for instance. And so the woman walks up and talks to you, and you're real nice to her face, but then she turns around and you and your friend are laughing about how greasy her hair is, and you think that woman don't pick up on that? Like, you say that you wouldn't do that to anybody else, but you did. You talked shit about people in text messages, victims' families, and YouTube creators. From what I understand, I haven't seen the text messages, but from what I understand, there was some shit talked about some victims' families, allegedly. So you did the exact same thing.
As I was processing what she was saying, oh my gosh, I feel catfished. What, they're posting them? Oh my gosh, like thinking about things that maybe
Exactly,
they had
Rachel.
baited me to say, and like my mind, and then I go, wait a minute, but back to you. That's what I was doing in that moment. But back to you, because you in front of me is who matters to me right now. I have hurt you, and we need to address what I said that hurt you. But that makes me like Jodi Arias,
Exactly.
according to this stalker. And also, again, the threat of now doing a public TikTok and Instagram account exposing somebody, and now they are starting to use my voice, which again is like there's no difference. That's my face. And
No, her brother was in a car accident, Kim Gettle, and they were talking about saving his seed. Which, I mean, again, I could see having the conversation, but I wouldn't be coming out here on YouTube about it. And like Cara said, where is it? If you're a YouTuber of any capacity, you need to expect to have some kind of snark pages about you. People have the right to vent to one another about why they don't like your channel / videos. Exactly. There's a freaking snark page about me on Reddit that has been on Reddit since I was under 10,000 subscribers. And like, it is what it is. People don't like me and they go over there and talk shit. I mean, have fun. I'm not going to fucking go to the cops and cry about it. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, it is what it is. It's the internet. The internet's gonna fucking internet. It is what it is. Like, deal with it, move on. Don't talk about it and draw this fucking attention. Jesus.
this industry,
What are you
the
doing?
threat is real. It's very, very real. And I still
Threat
don't
is
know what
real.
I've done. I do not know what I've
I don't know
done.
what the threat
Still,
is.
I still don't know what I've done. So then, the video, which she compared me to the infamous murderer, Jodi Arias, has garnered over 33,000 views on TikTok.
Oh, yeah.
And we shared that. On July 13th, she posted a video with a photo of me, which is a well-known photo,
Yeah.
with a clown emoji over my face, once again, trying to get people
Oh,
to
Strada, thank
identify
you.
who I am and to come after me.
Mm-hmm.
Day, they have to decide who they want to be. Of the day, they have to decide who they want to be. And this one decided to be a jackass.
I decided to be a jackass while she puts the clown emoji over my head and points to me, calling me a jackass. You guys can decide.
I can't unsee Turtle Boy with
who
the
jackass
eyebrows.
is.
I'll never
Maybe
unsee
I've been a
it.
jackass. I don't know.
Oh,
I've definitely had my jackass moments. It's fair.
oh.
Um,
Thank you, Tammy, for the super sticker. I didn't see it. It skipped past me. Must have happened when I went to get my coffee. It did. Look at the hippo. Oh my God, I've never seen that one. Yo, it's got little hippos that come up out of the water, and one even has like a little beanie on its head. That is so cute. Thank you so much, Tammy, for the super sticker. I love that. Look at the little hippos. They're so cute. Thank you so much, Tammy. I greatly appreciate the support. That was so very sweet of you, and I'm sorry I missed it. I had stepped away to get some coffee. Thank you so much. I love that one. It's so cute. I like y'all showed me a couple that I had never seen. Thank you. I appreciate it. Megan said she didn't want to pursue the legal route because Law and Crime was there, because she didn't want the truth to come out unless you could control the narrative, not the actual truth. Exactly, Megan.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Megan. I might have said your name wrong. I'm sorry if I did. Honey Bee, I like your name. Wow, this is a 50-year-old in high school. Kat said, I hope she saw the Turtle Boy clip. I can't unsee the meme with him, with the eyebrows now. Like, I'll never unsee it. But I'm not trying. I don't understand why her eyebrows are up that high though, because you can see like the bridge of her eyebrow where it should be. I mean, I don't know. It's probably like in Vogue or in fashion or something. I don't follow it like that to know. Oh, Carolyn, thank you so much for the super sticker with the little fox that says bye bye. Are you leaving? You just picked that one. That's so cute. I like little foxes. I like their little ears. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I like the little bird beside your name. I used to have a black starling named Starlet, and it reminds me of him. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sculpted, possibly, yeah. Thank you again, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the support. I messaged you about thinking they were hippos, but I thought I was wrong. Oh, okay. All right. Got to have that southern twang.
On July 14th,
So
2025,
cute.
happy birthday and to my babe. Many of you are asking where he is. He
A
knows we're
lot of
doing this
people
tonight.
have asked that, Rebel.
My lovely
I don't, but I've
soulmate,
heard about people who
and
possibly
he will be
do.
coming on later. Not tonight. Don't
Oh,
worry.
no.
Too much to go through. Another time. On July
Everybody have a
14th,
lot.
so that is my husband's birthday and our anniversary. And on July 14th, 2025, I was on an episode of the Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin and Mindy Caldwell.
Abraham, good to see
I
you.
still want to thank them
Hey,
for having
Norma.
me
Good to
on.
see
And
you,
if any
love.
of you actually would like to go watch that and support me and them, because he has
Mhm.
helped me. I just want to say this through so much through this as a friend and as someone who has also been through this himself. I want to thank the Mormon Stories community.
Quickly, yes, Megan, we'll hear in the deposition where the judge says it does not constitute stalking, yet the video they put out last night, they go over the definition of stalking. Stalking. Like, stop. The judge has already said it's not stalking.
And go support him
Oh,
in Mormon Stories and me by watching my
hey,
podcast.
Spencer.
But on the Mormon Stories podcast, my stalker, when I appeared on July 14th, wrote in the comments
God,
with
yeah.
eye emojis in an effort to let people know she was watching.
I'm sorry, Dandy. I
And this
agree.
occurred after she did a TikTok. So I announced that I was going to be on Mormon Stories, and she did a TikTok about that. If you don't have it, it's okay. Oh, you do have it. Okay, because I can explain it too. Claiming that it was like a PR move because of something that I've done that was coming out. Like I said, I still don't know what I've done, minus people trying to claim I was hurting people's businesses, which simply isn't true. And reading private texts of mine that allegedly they don't like, and I haven't seen them. But so it says, someone sent me a screenshot that my ex-friend is about to attempt some damage control, and I'm giddy. I can't wait to see how she tries to spin this. So, she's talking about my Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin and Minnie Caldwell. Very confusing because, you think that I'm going to spin my life. My life is my life. I tell my entire honest, vulnerable life story on the Mormon Stories podcast. If you guys want to know anything about me, my life story is all there. 2 parts. It's ours. I tell it all. And I haven't known this stalker very long at all. She doesn't know me very well at all, really. Any conversation we had was very surface. She is done to the admins. Ask Kay Woodcock about her. Ask other victims, such as Kay in the Vlori Vallow Daybell murders. Don't you think it's odd that Lauren has no contact with Kay anymore? That's all I can say about that. Put a pin in that, by the way, because I saw Kay the following week. Just show it now, and then we'll go back to the letter.
Okay, this is a letter. I'm going to read it to you guys real quick. She's a manipulative woman, in my opinion, and got caught as well. I think. Hold on, let me move my mic and get real close to the screen. so I can read it to you. So this says, Felicia, is that you in the TikTok channel? If not, is there a way I can reach her? And then under it, it says, John, on Wednesday, July 16th, 2025 at 10:17 a.m., Felicia O. Shields wrote, if you do not want to look at the TikTok account that I shared, please at least listen to this one. And then there is a TikTok link that's been scribbled out. Then it says sent from my iPhone. On July 16th of 2025 at 12:15 p.m., Felicia O. Shields wrote, Dear Dr. DeHelen, I thought I would reach out to you to share some concern for the community and for your channel. There is a lot going on behind the scenes involving Lauren Mathais and the true crime community. This has been brewing for a few years now and has recently blew up. There is a TikTok account exposing some of her disturbing behavior. There is a community that is delving into her husband's credentials and overall credibility. Laura has been blacklisted by a huge Facebook community because of what she has done to the admins. Ask Kay Woodcock about her. Ask the other victims, such as Kay in the Lori Vallow Daybell murders. Do you think it's odd? Don't you think it's odd that Lauren has no contact with Kay anymore? That's all I can say about that. Ask any of the true crime channels on YouTube that she has been and that she has had an interaction with, or news affiliates and their journalists that are the face of their networks, what their involvement with her has been. I'm not going to name names, but just look up the Lori Vallow Daybell headlines and the journalist who was in charge. The journalists that were the ones that exposed Lori Vallow Daybell from the jump, and ask anyone who is anyone in the true crime community about Lauren. Lauren will deny all of this. She will make up outlandish lies and excuses and make everyone else out to be the liars. I think you're intelligent enough to know that when everyone else is singing the same song, it's everyone else who is correct. Here's the link to the TikTok account that is slowly exposing her. Lauren does not deserve a platform, especially one that she has personally blocked all those from that can tell everyone about her treatment of them. I wish you the best with your channel. Thanks for all you do. Sent from my iPhone. So, I don't know. She's getting letters. I mean, again, we're gonna skip it to. I'm just gonna keep skipping it through, you guys. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the 9-hour live stream. So we're gonna skip it to 2:40, where I've written down calls the cops. And then we're going to go to the very last few minutes of this video, and then we'll go to the next. Sorry, hold on.
Okay, I'll stop there.
Just don't explain what happened. Here's Gracie.
Hold on. Let me back it up a little bit to give you some context.
And that I'm getting threats about my livelihood, and that allegedly journalists in the true crime community hate me, and they know what I've done. I don't know what I've done.
Right.
I still don't know what I've done. But the stalker's declaration states that I've tried to hurt people's businesses. She's seen evidence of that. Doesn't post any evidence. I haven't. All right.
2 colors are being unboxed.
So,
right?
After,
not yet. Do you want to hear it?
I want to point out one other thing that's said in there. It's really important, and we'll play it in later, but I want to point out this really important thing. Lori states in that video, stop acting like nothing is wrong. Stop acting like nothing is wrong. And I say that because later on in other places, including the declarations, they claim that I'm harassing them. Yet I'm sitting there saying, don't give them air, gray rock them. Don't talk about this. You've never seen me do a live. You guys had no idea this was even happening, did you? And they're even saying, stop acting like nothing's wrong. I haven't done anything. Like, I think that's really telling. I haven't done anything. They're like almost angry that I haven't reacted at all, that I'm living my life, that I won't do anything. So, do we want to show how the stalker, let's see. Okay. After leaving, okay, no, this is important. So the waiter comes over and Lori walks away while Sarah continues her confrontation. after they leave the restaurant, where it turns out we were all eating, unbeknownst to us, we never went inside the restaurant. We never saw that they were there. After leaving the restaurant, they walked to the restaurant across the street and sat there. What it seemed like was them waiting for us to leave the restaurant we were eating at. And I was very uncomfortable because of all the consistent confrontations from this group. I was worried why they were sitting across the street. Were they waiting for me to get up? Were they going to film us again? I was very concerned about Grayson. She was very upset. Grayson is young. I'm very maternal with Grayson. We called John. We told him what happened. He goes, you know what? Why don't you just call police to escort you to your vehicle? And that.
Okay, I want you to pay attention to this. Now, what she said so far, and we'll just I'll go to like 2 more timestamps in this video and we'll move on because I do want to get through this with you guys. But what she's just said is that they went to a restaurant to eat and they sat down and then they realized that their stalker has left the restaurant and is sitting across the street watching them. So they call the police to get an escort from their table to their vehicle because the quote unquote stalker that she references is apparently across the street. Yeah, just wait. Let me play it and listen. I just wanted to reiterate that because that's what she said. Keep that in mind.
That's what I did. As they were leaving the restaurant, they walked across the street, and both myself, we were in fear for our safety, and eventually we called the police to help escort us to our vehicle. That is why I called the police. And then I have, it says, exhibit waiting. What? Oh, Ms. Charles says, I'm not trying to be funny, but Lauren, you need to try more profanity. Bullies choke on their own. I assume you meant receipts, not recipes.
We don't need to try more profanity. What the hell is that going to do? Banana Bottom, thank you so much for the banana super sticker. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. It's funny you sent a banana. We've started eating a banana every morning, and it made us like feel a lot better and gave us a lot more energy instead of eating like biscuits or something like that. Thank you so much for that. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Hopefully, I won't trip over that banana peel. Thank you, Banana Bottom.
Piece. I know, right? It's so funny. Well, you guys heard me at the beginning. Yeah.
Right.
So I think actually, honestly,
exactly,
okay,
Kat.
I'll stop there.
Just don't explain what happened. Here's Grayson. Here am I. I had to sit in here because this is where it is. And now, after they had dinner, they're sitting across. We felt threatened. I told them we felt threatened.
They're right there. We blurred them.
And now, here they all are, sitting across at a different restaurant, getting these drinks. It's Lindsay, it's Lori, and they're looking, and I feel like we can't leave, and now we feel frightened. And one thing they said, we've been very drama-free all afternoon. We worked the same trial, and one thing they said as they approached our table is stop acting like nothing's wrong. We're just trying to be professional while we cover trials together. That's our waiter, and we asked him to get rid of them. And we now feel like we can't leave. And they're all sitting in there. I'm looking side-eye. I don't want to look over because they're like waiting for us, and so I'm not leaving.
She does, doesn't she, Megan?
So,
but she's being
so
yes, me too.
We're gonna wait for the other stuff with your declaration, right? Hmm. Yeah, let's play it now. Let's play it now. Let's play it now. So there's another thing we're going to save it for Grayson's declaration because she talked.
And I'm trying to be compassionate, right? Because I've lived a very, very different lifestyle than her. If if I heard myself saying that somebody's sitting across the street from me that I used to be friends with, and they're sitting there waiting for me to leave, and I heard myself saying maybe I just better call the police to get an escort to my car, I would kick my own ass and be like, bitch, no, get the fuck up and go to your car like a grown ass adult. Stop it right motherfucking now. But I've lived a very different lifestyle than her. For her, she might really be in fear and she might really think something's going to happen. Okay, I get that. But I still think you're taking it too damn far, in my opinion. Like, it's just too much. And I feel like those of you who are saying that she didn't seem authentic, it didn't seem like that's who she really was. I don't, because I don't think that is who she really is. I don't. Right, exactly. Grow up.
Talks about this, but this was the same moment. This is how I
It's good.
you know how
The
Grayson
banana
filmed me
orange
so
is
during a
great.
really traumatic moment.
Right after, I think.
I was just trying to collect evidence, and Grayson was really upset at this moment. Us like just seeing the writing on the wall, like we can't even go to trials anymore. Like what is going on? And so I recorded this moment. If you have it and you're gonna play it.
Where people get murdered. Like you don't respond. Literally, where people get murdered. Like you don't respond.
Where are they?
They're literally across the street from us waiting on us to leave this restaurant. 3 of them left. And the only ones left are Lori, Janice, and Lindsay, which means the 3 of them are waiting to confront us.
So the 3 that have always confronted us.
They're all waiting. What's next? Do they physically assault me? Because I don't respond to them?
Exactly.
So
I'm literally at dinner, enjoying a dinner, and they're coming up to me and making me feel unsafe when I'm not doing anything.
This girl is even talking like Lauren now. The way she just said, I'm literally at dinner, enjoying a dinner. Like, oh God, poor baby. Jeez Louise. Megan said if she was trying to be honest in her vulnerable state, she needs to come clean and tell everyone the truth because she's not. Again, I've watched hidden true crime for months, but this entire fiasco is just wild. I agree. She seems to be collecting evidence. Right. I think she was just trying to flex her quote, I'm a celeb muscle. Exactly. And I mean, if you're going to be a celeb, then be a celeb. Like, treat it. If you want to think that you're that much of a celebrity and all of this and that and the third, and you deserve to be that much so important, you need a police escort to your motherfucking car, then you need to treat it like that at all times. You don't need to be talking shit about people behind their backs. You don't need to be giving people ammunition to use against you. Like, you can't have both. You can't be both at the same time. Yeah, that's Grayson. Ugh, I can't. I watched it all. Then the algorithm showed me the interrogation of Susan Lawrence, Lawrence, who had a very similar explanation for killing her neighbor. She felt threatened by a neighbor. Must watch. Definitely, I will check it out. Thank you for the information, Madeline. I greatly appreciate it. Hey, Lala, good to see you. This would be perfect opportunity for her to do some serious self-reflection and regain focus. Social media break would be perfect. But she doesn't. She doesn't. We're going to try to get through GG's, a little bit of GG's anyway, and then go to what she did last night. Because she doesn't. Like, they doubled down, and it's disgusting.
And I'm telling you to leave me alone. Like, I'm not even, like, doing anything. It would be one thing if I was going up to them. But guess what? I stay away. All they do, everyone in public, is film me.
No,
Yeah.
no, they film you everywhere. We just do our work. We just do
So
our work.
what? Because we didn't answer the filming, now they confront us? What's next? This is when people get murdered. We're in this. Do you see this?
Scaring that girl to death. Lauren, you ought to be ashamed of your damn self. Grayson, that girl right there, is Lauren's producer, but like there's allegations that Grayson at CrimeCon was holding like one of them pink Stanley cups, and she would put it out and she would hold it for Lauren to drink out of. Like Lauren wouldn't even hold her own Stanley cup. Grayson, the girl with the blonde hair there, had to hold it for her to drink out of. And Grayson's saying the word like the way she just said murdered. like Lauren does. Lauren ought to be ashamed of her damn self. Grayson's not related, but she treats her like her daughter. Looks like Grayson may be being used and abused. Yes, she's too young to be put in this position by Lauren. Exactly, Dora. And if Lauren cared about Grayson like she says she does, she wouldn't do that to her.
Bop, boom, 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 bop, bam.
I can't. GIGI, if GIGI is Lori Hellis something, I've got that video too. She probably is, and it's sad. Emotionally abusing an employee. Exactly. That shit needs to stop. You need to leave that little girl. I mean, if you want her to work for you, that's fine, but this it's going too far with that little girl.
By the way, Grayson originally said, please,
Hey,
please,
Milky Way.
please do not ever show those videos. But because I
Exactly.
showed the one at the beginning of this
Exactly.
live, she decided to take one for the team and let me show that. So thank you, Grayson.
You have a beautiful accent, Ellis.
So
Exactly.
one other question. Well, we'll get to it. Later, the stalker does a TikTok time.
If GIGI is the one on my thumbnail, if that's who y'all are referring to as GIGI, yeah, I've got her statement or some things that she has said.
Herself to this event despite not being here in
It was
Boise.
hard, Helen.
We'll get to that in a little bit. After
No,
hearing about
sir.
everything, Susu, I called dispatch
Right?
911. I called dispatch. I used to be a reporter in Boise too, by the way. I know how it works. And then, I just said, hey,
Yes.
it's just weird. I'm just nervous. We were just looking for an escort to our vehicle. And as we walked, and I have the whole thing recorded with Officer Jacobs, because I actually say that respectfully. I say, hey, I know you have body cam footage. Can I also record from my end? And he says, absolutely. So I have the whole entire encounter with Officer Jacobs. That don't worry, we won't play it here. We have so much to go over.
It would help if I would unmute. Sarah, good to see you. You said, where can I watch GIGI? Let me show y'all who I'm thinking that y'all are talking about. And I will go ahead and drop that link if you want to go over there and watch it yourself now. That's more than fine with me. You can't see her, but Lori Hellis is her name, I do believe. She's got a YouTube channel called Chasing Justice, and I did subscribe. I'll go ahead and share that. If that's who you're referring to as GIGI, this is her video on it, but I'm going to watch it through the Glarer up here because she goes on the Glarer and kind of breaks down what she said in a shorter video so that we can go over that. That is GIGI. Petty lies and alibis. Okay, so I might have had them confused. Maybe it's not GIGI. Let me see. Spelled it wrong. Oh, okay. No, I don't think it's her. No, that's Donna Adelson. I don't know where that music's coming from. Okay. I don't think that that's the same person, but I don't know. Okay, let me go back to this. Y'all can let me know.
But after hearing
might
about
have had it
everything,
wrong.
Officer Jacob called the on-call prosecutor and took a report for stalking. And I have the stalking number
Aw,
here.
Good to see you, GIGI.
And I point out
U14.
in this declaration that the report will reflect that we had no idea that this group had eaten dinner at the same restaurant
gonna
that
go over that
evening,
next.
because they all said on their end that, we knew that we must have known they were eating inside,
okay.
that we picked this restaurant on purpose, that we sat by the exit. Actually, no, Lindsay walked directly out. They actually had to turn out of the exit to see us.
Yes.
They didn't need to wait. The door was actually on the other side, and they certainly didn't need to come to our table. Some of their group did not. And that Janice was filming outside. So it was, but it reflects that we had no idea that this group had eaten dinner at the same restaurant that evening. The waiter explained to us.
So that's what I have. Carolina says Gigi is the owner of Pretty Lies and Alibis. Lori Hellis owns Chasing Justice and was with Hidden True Crimes Legal Analysis until Lauren let her go. The one I'm talking about is Chasing Justice and was Hidden True Crimes Legal Analysis until Lauren let her go. I don't know Gigi. I do apologize for that misinformation. I'll definitely check out Gigi though. I've never heard of her.
And the officer that they had been eating inside. We never went inside, so we were simply unaware that they were there. However, after
Now, I don't believe that they didn't know that the other people were in that restaurant. So they walk into this restaurant. Lauren and Grayson walk into this restaurant, sit by the exit, and then the other group of people leave and go sit across the street at another restaurant. And Lauren still has the gall to call the cops and be like, I think they're stalking me. When the other group of people were there first and Lauren brought her ass inside and sat in the same fucking restaurant by the exit so they would have to see her. Stop it.
that incident, my stalker made a social media
apologize.
video about
Thank
the
you.
incident, claiming that her and her friends were defending Lindsay, my ex-producer, who did indeed receive a cease and desist from me months earlier. And in that video posted on August 8th, my stalker
I think
used an
so.
audio clip of me from a recent interview I did on July 27th, 2025.
It's okay. I didn't mean to scare you, Basil. Hold on.
Thank you, Difficult Research, for being here. Love you, Kresha. Thank you. The
Yep.
exhibit is
Carolyn.
Exhibit 17.
You know what? Abusers will often create problems to get a reaction so that you look like the problem.
She sent my friend, let's call her friend a cease and desist, and then walked right up to her to start talking. Friend A avoided her completely. They work in the same space, so overlap happens. But the rule friend A made was simple. If she talks to me, I will not speak to her back. One night, my friend, including friend A and others, are at a restaurant. They've been there for 2 hours. As they're about to wrap up their dinner and leave, ex-friend walks in and sits by the door with her assistant. It's a choose your own seating restaurant, and she chose to sit by the exit.
Oh.
A friend of mine, let's call her friend B, walks out of the bathroom and sees ex-friend and says to her, do not talk to friend A. You sent her a cease and desist, full of lies, by the way, and she does not want to talk to you. Friend B then walks away. Of course, ex-friend is like, oh, she can fight her own battles. Well, duh, she can fight her own battles, but you sent her freaking cease and desist full of untrue claims. So you're making others fight her battle. Okay? Okay.
Have a good day, Sarah.
Hours later, my ex-friend goes to the police claiming my friends were stalking her, even though my friends had been at that restaurant first. For multiple hours, had been at that restaurant first. It's like calling 911 on someone for being in the same room you just walked into. That's how unhinged this ex-friend is.
And that makes you say, okay, well, maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Maybe she didn't see you there. But then when you take into account the fact that she got the restraining order on her quote unquote stalker, when her quote unquote stalker was at CrimeCon, and then every time she would walk into the room, she would be like, she can't be here. She's not allowed to be here. I have a stalking, an RO on her. It seems like she does these things just because she doesn't want that person to be allowed to be where she's at. So she walks into CrimeCon, she goes to CrimeCon, she don't want to see that girl's face no more. So therefore, I've made it to where I have the privilege when I walk in that you have to go the fuck on somewhere. And you would think that, again, like the girl said, well, to be sure, she didn't know she was in the restaurant. Maybe she didn't know she was in the restaurant and she was really scared. But then you take into account these other instances of it happening and you say, oh, well, yeah, she probably did walk in the restaurant and just want to start some shit. Because when you put all these little, let's call them little fires together, it creates this one big fire. And it shows that she's all about the drama and she's all about perception and the way that she wants things to be. And that girl not being able to be where she's at, it would appear anyway. Looks that way. I have old men stalkers at work, 3 of them. That's life. Right. I hope you're okay. Be very careful, but she got the restraining order ex parte. Yeah, that. I apologize if I said it wrong, as I bet it was. Just think of all the grift that Lauren has made off those tragedies. Did any of that money get donated to the family? Great question and great point. All right, so I wanted to cover that real quick. When we go to 8 hours and 10 minutes, she's going to swear she didn't share a manuscript. We're going to talk about that with Lori. I'll play just this real part and we'll continue on to the other
To
2
you.
timestamps after this.
And we both try. I need to get my hands off the chat. I haven't been doing chat tonight. I need to not start out. Sorry. Okay, I'm out. We were fighting over pinning the chat. Okay. And
G14 said, I loved that the judge said, why would you want to go into the same place that your quote unquote stalker is? The judge has Lauren's number, and that's exactly right. Lauren wants to go where her stalker is so her stalker can be made to leave, and Lauren can feel like she's the Queen of England and her shit don't stink. She's having people, she's so important and powerful and privileged that when she comes into a room, when she comes into an area, people who she don't like have to be made to leave. That's what I see. And no, ma'am, sit down. Power tripping. Exactly.
So she started her own YouTube channel. I was very happy and proud for her, and I promoted it, and I believe that I helped her get her, many followers, thousands of subscribers by promoting it. Everyone was excited. They got to know her on my channel. And a few minutes later, she did complain publicly on her YouTube platform that she suspected that we had purposely changed our time to hurt her. YouTube. It made me very sad to see that public comment from her that she'd posted publicly on her YouTube comment, because I had considered her a friend and I had tried to help her, and it made me feel really sad when I learned that she had felt we were trying to hurt her business. I haven't talked to her well before.
What is the name of the channel?
There have been some exchanges, but it's always been through our attorney responding to her, and that's all I'll say. But
some chapstick.
She and my stalker were hitting it off at CrimeCon, which is, again, my stalker's MO is contacting everybody in my past that might have a beef with me. I mentioned.
Okay, again, while that might suck, that's not necessarily stalking. That's internet beef that you're going to have to just learn to deal with. So this is Pretty Lies and Alibis. I'm going to share their channel. If you will tell me the name of this Kesha channel where Kay Woodcock's daughter, you said, is supposed to come on tomorrow, that would be great. Give me the name and I'll drop the link so we can watch it, because I would like to watch that and review that.
That we learned through the local police report from my ex-contractor that it was,
if you hadn't been running your mouth, nobody knows.
Her that reached out to my ex-contractors, and now she's reaching out to ex-guests on my and I don't know why. Like I don't know what I've done to deserve this. I really don't. Oh, and this idea that I'm trying to hurt other people's businesses.
Look it up.
I have seen no evidence of this, and I haven't. Every creator that I've possibly hurt or is hurt by me, I have tried to publicly help and support. Truly, that's who I am. That's who Hidden True Crime is. You cannot find anywhere publicly where I've tried to hurt anybody's YouTube channel.
No, you just do it behind the scenes. You just talk about everybody behind the damn scenes. That's what you do. So I'm going to assume this is definitely it, considering there's pictures of JJ and Kylie, I do believe is her name. I didn't follow that case a whole lot. I'm going to grab her link. So evidently she's supposed to come out tomorrow and talk on this situation. I just subscribed and I'm dropping the link to her channel now. I'll definitely be watching and see if we can cover that. Okay. I figured it was because I saw JJ and Kylie, I do believe is her name, on the back on the thing. Thank you guys for that information. I greatly appreciate it.
Or business. I would never, ever. But you will find plenty of evidence of me supporting even my competitors. Because I believe in just.
But you talk shit about them behind their back. Like, stop trying to be the martyr here. I didn't know much about her. I knew a lot more about Plunder than I did about her, and there's probably a reason for that because I don't know. I get a feeling from her that she's full of shit, and I probably felt that from jump. And so didn't watch her, but didn't, have any issues with her necessarily. I did cover her review or her interviewing Stephen Stern's parents, but that's about all I know about Lauren personally. GIGI, so that's GIGI. Okay, thank you. But you would, ma'am, I have the receipt of the 2 strikes you gave me and the complaint with the copyright board you filed because I reviewed your interview, Lauren. And see, Sleuthy Goosey, I've heard that she'll strike people. And I remember people saying, be careful with Hidden True Crime when I was reviewing Stephen Stern's parents' interview. And I did email her and ask her if she mind if I review it. So hopefully she doesn't strike me. I mean, I'm trying to present fair use. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Oh, yeah, of course, Anna. And I know it is confusing. I'm sorry, Norma. It's a whole lot. Milky Way says she wants to be a mean girl, but doesn't want anyone to think she's a mean girl. Exactly.
Distributed a press release to all of the media. I didn't get one, but a couple people in the media did send me the press release. Press releases can be forwarded. It's completely fair. There was nothing on the press release that said do not forward. Nothing that said it was for private in-house only. And so I was sent a press release of her book, which included her book manuscript, pre-publishing in.
Oh, okay, Cara. Have a good day.
In
Tylee. Sorry,
I guess it would have been during the Chad Daybell trial, April or May of 2024. And months later, we received an accusation that after her book was published, that we had done that, and I haven't. In fact, one of the people that sent me the press release, who I considered a friend, who I thought was my friend, a fellow journalist. They haven't been talking to me, but I thought, he's a great journalist. He called me and said, you know what, we got a threatening letter from Lori about sending, forwarding her press release, so don't forward that book manuscript anywhere else. And I said, oh my gosh, I won't. This is who I've sent it to. I sent it to my fact checker that had done some contract work for me, and I sent it to my ex-producer, Lindsay, that I've told you guys about. I sent it to those two. Well, and then I sent it to John, my husband, and which is fine. That's absolutely okay that I did.
That's a lie, and there's proof of it, and I'm going to show you in a minute the proof of that lie.
That it was just a forward. No one said I couldn't forward this. So that's who I said. Those that's it. So just 2 contract workers. And that's it.
So remember this.
After we were confused, after we were accused months ago of doing this, we had our attorney. Right. It was the accusation actually came from her publisher and the publisher's attorney, and we cleared it up. We did not do this. And at that moment, I want to say that the book manuscript was sent to one other person.
Wow.
And that's our attorney, because we had to show our attorney that this is just not true, and they needed to be fully aware of everything going on. Her publisher thanked us for clearing it up, and that was it. I have not sent her book out. Besides that fact checker that had done contract work for me in the past and my ex-producer,
Hold on.
I would encourage anyone to find, and my attorney, I'd encourage anyone to find any other single person who I've ever sent this book manuscript to. I think the implication is that I was trying to hurt her book
Oh.
sales, and I was saying that I would never do such a thing, ever.
That's
So
bullshit.
she did that. She was going to be a witness for my stalker on Thursday, which seems really surprising to me. Again, I haven't talked to Lori Hellis in years, and she was going to be a witness for my stalker, who I assume reached out to
That's
her, and
slushy.
she's done.
It's spell checked. It's supposed to be Sleuthy Goosey's channel. I just dropped her link. It said slushy, not sleuthy. Even though H2C is not a favorite, I hope Lauren is okay. Her 9-hour rant seemed a little manic to me. I have no idea what she's going through, but it seems like she needs some serious R&R. And for her, it could be very traumatic, and it could be all of the things, but I think she needs to take a step back and look at the whole picture, because it seems like she's definitely being the mean girl, in my opinion.
A couple of videos recently about me, and there's one video
I know, I
I
didn't
want to
mean
play it. I want to talk about it because I
Sorry.
know that a lot of you haven't seen anything. Oh, Janine.
Oh my God.
Hello, dear friend.
What?
Janine stated, even when you told me you had the transcript of Lori's book and that Clit and I were mentioned in it, you absolutely would not show it to me. I even asked to see it when we were at the lunch in Boise. Yeah. A lot of people asked to see it. I didn't send it.
Wow. So a lot of people are saying that the people she's working with she didn't take them from Annie Elise. Some people are saying yes, indeed she did take them from Annie Elise, and you guys are telling me that she tried to make it to where Annie Elise couldn't sit with any of the victims during the Daybell court hearing, which again is mean girl tactics. I could see it, and I believe it. And if she called Tylee a bitch in a text message anywhere sent to anyone, that is a victim. And yeah, she needs to go. Absolutely not. Like that is completely unacceptable in every aspect. Any victim's family member, whatever. Even hell no. That's some bullshit. If she really did that, that's so fucked up. That's especially gross considering she compared herself to Tylee here. Wait, just a minute and listen to this shit. If she really sent that text message, this is even more gross.
I sent it to my fact checker, admittedly, to request that there was no copyrighted material.
Okay,
I was
Banana.
concerned
Have a good
about
day,
that
love.
because of the very, very hard work that I have put into the Daybell case. I can't even tell you guys the amount of work, years of work. I am so proud over anything else of my work on the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case. I don't think in my life I'll ever know another case as well. 6 years. I consider myself an expert on that case. I am proud of my work on that case. Very, very proud. And I wanted to protect my work. So I sent it to the fact checker to say, hey, if you find anything that you're concerned, let me know.
You're proud of your work you're proud of the videos you made and the information you got that you made money off of, because you're not a private investigator. You're not working at the sheriff's office. So what exactly is it that you're proud of? Did you take any of the money that you made and put it back into the community or gift it to an organization in some way, shape, or form? So when she's mentioned Lindsay chick sending notes to someone else, it was Annie, supposedly. Hey, MK Ultra. I can't stop watching stuff about this dumpster fire. Just scanned the chat and it looks like it's passing the vibe check. Lauren and Dr. Babe have lost their minds. I agree. So you're reporting info, but you don't want anyone to use that info and report on it. Exactly. That's what it seems like. Hey, Queen of Hearts, again, good to see you. She's weaponizing the police and the courts. Right. All to do her bidding because of privilege, it seems.
And then, I told you the reason to sending it to my producer. So, and now this journalist that's my friend, that I thought was my friend who originally sent it to me, isn't talking to me. I didn't send it to anyone. I didn't
That's
send it to
important.
anyone
Remember that.
except for the people I'm saying. And so this
You are
stalker
a
is
gem.
riling.
You know, even when Madeline, there's this girl that I used to watch, and she had the most beautiful red hair, and I can't remember her name, but she did children cases where CPS would get involved in how they messed up sometimes because she herself had been raised a foster child or was adopted or something, and she had the most soothing, softest voice. And did it was almost ASMR reading. Nothing like me, loud and all over the place. She was very calming, very soothing. And she would call her people genuine gems. She would say, "Hey, genuine gems." And then I heard Lauren calling people hidden gems. And I always wondered if she got it from that girl on YouTube that was probably much smaller than Hidden True Crime, calling everybody genuine gems. She calls them hidden gems, but there was a girl that for years has been calling her group genuine gems. Sweetest little girl with the most beautiful red hair. I feel like she got it from her. I don't know though. Wow, what? What did I do?
People up right and left. People that have had beefs with me years ago are now riled up again. Everybody's coming at me. I mean, like I said, even Long Crime knew about this, and I didn't. I don't know what I've done. So I want to watch this video together. Grayson.
Exactly.
Oh no, I have it. I have the video. What I was going to ask you is, hold on, I'm you guys for a hot second.
Okay, let me skip it ahead to 8:40. This is the last one I had.
Approved. So I am going to finish. I can't believe it. I thought this was going to be long. Never could I have ever imagined that we thought it would be this long. But this has been months and months and months. And if I was going to do this, we do it right. Thumbs up. We did it. I'm proud of you. So I wrote a journal entry this morning.
I'm proud of you.
Because we were processing how we were going to do this. How are we going to pull this off? We've been spending days getting this together, yesterday, today.
Hey, Casey.
And I thought I need to do something. And so I wrote this. And then I was going to ad lib everything like I've been doing, but I'm going to read this. I wrote it today. I'm going to read it.
Well, you do that.
Many of you are now probably wondering, what have I done? What did I do to deserve this?
Yeah.
And I had the same question. What did I do? I've been asking myself that for months. But the truth is absolutely nothing. You are going to hear things about my conduct and public statements that people say are wrong. I have done nothing, though, but support victims, help people for 5 years, and stand up for people. It actually, I already said this, reminds me of being labeled dark when you've done nothing wrong, and I will stand by that.
You've stood up for victims and done nothing wrong while simultaneously talking shit about victims and gatekeeping. Kate C. just became a member, and Kat Nunn just became a member. Thank you so very much for the support, and I hope that you like the new videos you now have access to. I greatly appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. That was so very sweet of you. Thank you so very much. I will grab the haunted train to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so very much for that. That was so very sweet of you guys. Greatly appreciate you. Welcome to Speculation Station. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. Sleuthy Goosey said that's the problem. No accountability and no willingness to look inward. Exactly. Like, if you had said, okay, guys, I fucked up. I did some things that I probably shouldn't have done. I'm going to take accountability for that. And I'm going to apologize. And I'm going to mean that. Like she talks about writing apology letters and doesn't even know why she's apologizing. Well, if you're writing apologies and don't even know why you're apologizing, then that shit ain't sincere. And I might as well wipe my ass with it. Like, what are you even doing? Lala said, make this make sense. I didn't send it to anybody except for the people I sent it to. Does that make sense to anybody? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Exactly. She's a cult. Her eyebrows have personally victimized you and me both, Shelby.
I have people reach out to me and say, everyone knows what you've done, but yet not one single person has been able to tell me what I've done.
Exactly.
Do you know how insane that is? Someone texts me in caps going, everyone knows what you have done. But when I say, what have I done? No one can tell me. Not one single person has been able to tell me what I've done. That is insane. But do you know what I do know? Here's what I do know. I don't know what I've done wrong, but I do know this. I know that my ex-contractor has reached out to several professional contacts to spread lies about me. I have heard some of the things that she has said that are lies, and that is defamation and torturous interference. I have learned.
Okay, but if you thought you had a case for defamation, then why not go for defamation instead of a restraining order? Sleuthy Goosey said, if you've done nothing, then what the fuck are you afraid of? Right. Like, what have I done? There's something out there that you're fucking afraid of, or you wouldn't be afraid. At 60 years old, I'm very proud that I have my own eyebrows and lips. You and me both, girl. I'm not 60, but yes. Like she got booped in the mouth. The Planet Channel, good to see you. Yeah, torturous. Using the word torturous like that. Like, stop it. Salty Mama's good to see you. Nice to meet you.
That they recruited this creator that I mentioned earlier.
Welcome back.
And this creator then reached out to several people in my professional circles to spread those lies and to say that I am not who I say I am. And that is defamation. And that is torturous interference. And I know that.
And you would go after them for defamation or torturous interference if it wasn't true. But you know it's true and you know there's proof. That's why you're freaking the fuck out, in my opinion. Jesse G, thank you for being here. And thank you for becoming a member of Speculation Station. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the videos you now have access to. And welcome to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I like your picture. I'm going to grab the haunted train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, Jess G. That was so very sweet of you. I greatly appreciate it. Somebody said she looked like she used to be addicted to Botox and fillers. It's funny because she said that she's never used those, but you know, she liked them, but she'd never used them. And I'm like, okay, well, how do you know you like them if you've never used them? Like, I don't know if I would like Botox and fillers or not because I've never used them. So I have no comment on the matter.
Some of these things, and I know,
tortoise rather than torturous, probably.
I know some of these things that this creator who calls herself a journalist has said to people in my professional circle, and they are simply not true. They are not even half truths. They are blatantly false. This person also says that they don't get involved in drama. And let me be clear, this isn't drama. This is defamation and torturous interference.
Then pursue it as such. And stop doing 9-hour live streams. And with that, we're going to just go ahead and roll the fuck out of that one because I think we're good on that. All right, the glarer. I've got the timestamp 2 hours and 30 seconds. I forgot to hit the thumbs up. And with that, y'all, please hit the thumbs up if you get a chance. This is in my description. I am borrowing Lori's interview from the glare so we can kind of move through it. But it's not stalking. It at the end of the day, yeah, like if you think it's defamation, then pursue it as such. But I think that she would be don't pursue it as stalking, and I think she would be told the same thing as she was in the deposition hearing that we can listen to today if we get time to, where she's told it's not stalking. She just don't want her dirty deeds put on Front Street. Ma'am, if you're worried about your dirty, at the end of the day, if you don't want your dirty deeds put on Front Street, then don't do the dirty deeds in the first place. I've never said anything to my mods, to anybody behind the scenes that I wouldn't say to somebody's face. I've said things that I don't necessarily want somebody to go and send a super chat and say, hey, this was said about, but even that, it's about somebody I don't really like, and they're very much aware that I don't really like them. But still, I wouldn't want somebody to super chat them and say, hey, this was said about you. But at the end of the day, if it came out, I would say, yeah, I said that. That's how I felt. That's how I feel. It is what it is. If I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. I apologize for hurting your feelings, but that's how I feel. That's it. End of story. And even at that, there's only about one or two things that I've said that you could really do that with, because I'm not one to talk shit. And the only reason I said those things is because I was dogged. So not that, I'm using it as an excuse, though it might not really be. So we're going to listen to what Lori said on the Glarer. This is the Glarer. I did just drop his link. I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat, and it is also in the description box. We're going to see what Lori had to say, see some receipts, and then get to what Lauren and John said last night. Hopefully. Oh, I can't stand that.
Okay, folks. I am going to bring Lori up right now.
Yeah. I saw that,
all right,
Madeline.
If you look camera ready to me. I just want to make sure so I don't bring you up. And okay, cool.
Can you hear me?
We could totally hear you, Lori.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us. Let me give you
okay,
a round
Becky,
of
have a
applause
good day, love. Exactly.
Okay, so you're the talk of the town right now because you seem to be the
Southern
only loud
okay?
voice that is opposing these claims against the claims made by Lauren from Hidden True Crime.
Oh, honey, I've been a loud voice my whole life, but
I heard that. Oh, you're in good company, I promise.
Let's skip it ahead a little bit.
So I'm a retired lawyer. I practiced criminal law for 30 years.
Okay.
And afterwards decided that I wanted to pursue writing. So I wrote a book about the Vallow Daybell case.
What the hell? What the hellion? What the hellista?
Okay.
Early on, while I was working on it, because the book didn't come out until the trials were done, I started this little newsletter blog.
Right.
Lauren discovered it and called me and asked me if I would come on her. At that time, she and John, her husband, were doing a podcast. And I said, sure, why not? And so over the next year, I appeared on her show just about every week on Fridays. And we did a live about it started out about the Vallow Daybell case because that's what I was writing about, but it pretty soon morphed into other true crime cases. So I'd been appearing for about a year, and Lauren and I had gotten to be friends. You know, we talked other than during the lives, and we'd gotten to be what I would consider friends. And then kind of out of the blue, she said, we're going to take a break from having you on the show. And she kind of ghosted me. She ghosted me for, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks.
So, I don't know. Again, running a business, if you're treating your channel like it's a business, just ghosting somebody, I don't see that that's a very nice thing to do either. Saying we're going to take a break from the show or having you on the show, send it in an email. If they ask you again, I'd send a second follow-up email and be done with it. The stalker is on YouTube, and there was a couple of videos in the 9-hour live of the stalker. This woman was on Lauren's channel almost weekly for about a year, she states, and she was a lawyer at some point. She's allegedly one of the mean girls, but not the one that she's classifying a stalker. We're going through this to get her side of the story. This is going to refer specifically to the manuscript being released and how Lauren says that she wasn't offering it for free and all of those things. And then, so we're going to hear what she has to say. And then we're going to go back to what Lauren and her husband did last night. And then hopefully, I think Mr. Speculating has to go out of town for work tomorrow. So I might be able to come live tomorrow, even though I usually don't on Sundays. It kind of depends. But I want to go through the court documents and everything with you guys. If we can do that before Monday, or we'll do it on Monday, one of the days.
And I said, okay, that's you're entitled to do that.
Okay.
It's your show. And so I kind of went on my way. But I enjoyed doing it, and people started reaching out to me and saying, hey, we miss you. So I thought, well, maybe I'll just start my own little channel. So I did. Before I started my channel, though, I reached out to Lauren. I told her what I was doing, and I told her what I was thinking about. And she was, effusively excited, supportive, oh, we'll promote you. It'll be great. Well, I had purposefully scheduled my live to talk about legal stuff in these true crime stories. Purposely scheduled
Probably
it
not.
an hour before hers so that people could just roll right over into hers. Well, it took about a week before she started scheduling over the top of me. And that kept happening.
Wow.
How fucked up is that? Like, there's somebody that's making a channel and you're like, oh, we'll support you, we'll promote you. She has been on your channel for a year, probably not getting paid for her work or anything. You just have her on there because she's a legal analysis, was a lawyer, and can give you input that helps your channel, helps grow your channel. And she starts her own channel and you're not going to promote her. And instead of promoting her, you start going live exactly when she does, changing your time. Like, again, all of these little fires, all of these little drama things, that all of these little drama fires roll together into one big fire that tells me that Lauren likes the drama. She's got the mean girl mentality. She treats YouTube as a high school fucking locker room. And that shit needs to stop. MK Ultra said, I love that the judge saw right through her act. He said to her lawyer that it sounds like they're trying, just a bunch of bullshit. And he did. He saw right through it. I mean, everybody sees right through her bullshit. She knows it's bullshit. There's no way she doesn't. I really like Lori. Very informative, straightforward. No emotionalism. Unlike Lauren, who is a bag of drama con. I like that. Like, they're trying to silence Christine's free speech. And they were. They were, in my opinion. I think Lauren wanted to silence Christine's free speech and make it to where every time Lauren walked in a room that she felt so powerful and so much on a pedestal that when she walks in the room, Christine should be forced to leave. Like, because I'm just better than you. I'm more important than what I say goes above you and what you said. You should have never left my side. You should have never threatened me with text messages that I wrote. Now I'm going to show you who carries the heavyweight around here. Like, that's what it seems like, and I don't like it. Lauren is a middle school playground bully. Exactly. I hate it.
So I thought.
See, we there's the kids have a term for that in these YouTube streets. It's called a hater.
Right. So I didn't say anything. I just moved my live to a different night. And but it was clear from some stuff that I was hearing that she was sort of doxing me behind the scenes. So for 3 years that I
Hey, just because whoever, for Lauren and for the other people who like to dox, just so y'all know, doxing is illegal, especially if you can prove malicious intent. Like, saying things. What did it say? I could pull it up. Check your own backyard before you go fucking around in others or something like that. Yeah, that's malicious intent. Doxing is illegal as long as you can prove malicious intent. Just putting that public service announcement out there, PSA, doxing is illegal with malicious intent. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. There you go.
Was
So
working on the book.
that is illegal and can be proven, unlike the stalking thing that you tried to prove, Miss Lauren, in that situation.
Waiting for all the trials to be done. I didn't ever say anything about Lauren. People would ask, why aren't you on her show anymore? And I would say,
Right?
ask her, or I don't know. I wouldn't answer. Then in May of 2024, I got an email from an anonymous sort of, I want to
Exactly.
stay anonymous person who said,
And I apologize for continuing to stop it, but Southern said, in my opinion, if Lauren went where Christine was, then Lauren should have left. Exactly. When you are the one, like the judge says in the audio that we'll get to at some point, hopefully tomorrow or Monday at the latest, he says, if you're trying to take out this stalking order, you don't then in turn go to where the stalker is at. Meaning, anywhere Christine went, Lauren should have left. She should have left. She's trying to actively get away from the person she's calling a stalker. But no, Lauren's going where the stalker's at and trying to make her have to leave. You know what I mean? Absolutely not. I'm behind, but she ran over the former employees' lives. Very passive aggressive. Exactly. All these little drama fires build into one big one that shows she's a middle school bully. Angela, Halo, good to see you. Said, I watched her religiously for years, but when Richard Allen was found guilty and I heard John give his piss poor theory on why people questioned the case, I was really turned off by how he spoke to subs. And that goes to, she refers to her subs as fans of the channel, fans of the hidden true crime or whatever. It's because, again, even just using the word fans, you're putting it as if you as the creator, John and her, in my eyes, if I hear somebody call me a fan, I'm going to think that they think that they're above me, they're on a pedestal above me. And they probably view it like that. All these subs, all the people who support us are fans of the channel. I don't like that. That's why I call y'all the speculating family. We're all equal. We're all together. We're all one. And I appreciate the support of you. Now, I will say I'm a fan of like Korn, Metallica, you know, I don't know, a lot of other alternative rock, early rock groups, because I am. That's a music artist. Like, yeah, they're above me. They're way more talented. They've got abilities that I don't, etc. Like, yeah, I'm a fan of that music, but like a YouTube channel, I don't like that. I'm not a fan. You're not a fan of mine. We're all together. We're all equal. Not, I mean, I don't like that personally, but him talking down to subs again is because they're in that mentality in my mind that they're above you. They're above the subs, and we need to explain this to you. We need to talk down. We're better than you. We know more, and I need to dumb it down for you, is what that says. Well, don't be a fan. Just be, we're all equal. We're friends. You know what I mean?
hey, I just got a advanced copy of your manuscript from Lauren, and that seems like that's
Right.
not right.
Exactly.
And specifically from Lauren. They named her and said, Lauren
Right.
sent this to me. Okay.
So the guy sent me the email.
Right. Julia, nice
So
to meet you.
And about
Exactly.
that time, Lauren started blowing up my publisher. She was inundating my publisher
Exactly.
with phone calls. She was claiming that my book was all plagiarized from her work. She was claiming that, and she tried to get the book stopped.
What?
Well, the publisher didn't buy it, and so that all kind of died down. The book came out in September of 2024. I still didn't say anything to anybody about what she'd done. So it wasn't until
So Lauren's
about
trying
a
to
week before
cutthroat her competition. After this girl stopped going on her channel and she stopped making money off of her, she tried to cutthroat her competition by going live when she does and stopping her damn book from being published. Like, again, mean girl middle school bullshit. Queen of Hearts said Grayson is going to need therapy. That girl is codependent 101. I had an abusive husband for 20 years and defended him out of fear and the rug being pulled out from under me, yet disposable. I'm so sorry that you went through that. And I am genuinely concerned about Grayson. She's too young to be in this shit the way she does, in my opinion. You're a fan of somebody's artistic talent. I'm a fan of Meryl Streep. I'm a fan of Ariana Grande. I'm an even bigger fan of Britney Spears. They all possessed an artistic trait that I enjoy. Right. But like being a creator on YouTube, even though you are expressing yourself in an artistic way, I suppose, it's just different for me. I would never say that a quote like, to my fans, I love you, I'm grateful. Like, no. You guys we're all here, we discuss things, we're even, we talk about our speculations, thoughts, and opinions together and go over them together, and we all voice them the same. Nobody's above the other for me. No one is obsessed with Lauren except Lauren. MK Ultra, at the end of the day, that's what it all boils down to.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
For this last Crime Con, which was in September, early September, a woman reached out to me and she said, "Hey, I used to be friends with Lauren.
I've got it.
And
We're going to talk about it.
she's screwed over a lot of her friends lately.
Exactly.
And I would love to talk to you." So we chatted on the phone a little bit, and she said, "Are you going to Crime Con?" "Yeah, I'm going to Crime Con." She said, "Well, so am I. I'd love to meet you." So the first time I met her was the Friday night of Crime Con. And we talked for a few minutes, and she said to me, "Do you know that Lauren served me with a stalking order? They had tried to serve it at my house." This woman lived in Utah. Lauren lives in Nevada. And she actually went from Nevada to Utah to swear out this stalking complaint against this woman.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was the other way around because of the TikTok videos. So it's Christina who lives in Utah and
correct.
Okay, and Lauren who lives in Nevada. Okay, I thought it was the other way around. Got it.
So I said, "Well, what did you know?" I did family and criminal law for 30 years. I've seen an awful lot of stalking orders and domestic violence restraining orders. And so I said, "Well, how did she get a stalking order against you?" She said, "Well, for my YouTube videos." And I said, "Well, you can't get a stalking order for YouTube videos. That's free speech." I mean, what sort of a threat were you to her? "I don't know, but the judge signed the order and said I can't make any YouTube videos. I can't." Lauren presented it to the folks at CrimeCon, and now the CrimeCon folks say, even though I have a ticket, I can't be in CrimeCon. Now, we were in this enormous hotel. We were in the Gaylord Rockies Hotel outside of Denver in Aurora, Colorado. The hotel.
So she knows that girl has a ticket to CrimeCon, and then gets this order done to where, and she wants to continue. She hasn't continued or set up or whatever. So that girl can't even go to CrimeCon, even though she allegedly had tickets before Lauren did. You know? At least the creators I watch are exposing crimes and spread awareness in the dangers around all of us. That's something I support. So I consider myself a supporter of that creator. And again, I consider, like, I appreciate the support that you guys give me, but I feel like we're all equal here. You know, like because your thoughts and opinions and speculations I look at are like just as good as mine, just as equal. You might make me see things that I haven't seen, or make me see something a different way that I hadn't thought to look at it. And that's why it's so important for me that we're all equal here, over here on my channel, and everybody's respected. People can be devious. All of us have been through life, know that. We can see the difference. Again, let's just see what Starker has to say. Then we can make our minds up. Nothing scary. Exactly. And I haven't been on TikTok. I need to do that to get her side, but we've got enough to go through today with just what she says. And then I did pull up what you guys were sending me about the GIGI. So we will look at that in just a second.
Hotel's enormous.
Okay.
So CrimeCon said
We
you
are.
can't be in the event space. But the hotel said we can't kick her out of the hotel.
Wait.
You know?
What the fuck? Salty Mamas says Grayson does live with them. She stated her family doesn't understand crime and her like Lauren and hasn't talked to her friend since March. Are you serious? Grayson is living with them? Oh, that's not good. Oh God, that's not good. Oh my God. No, God, no, please, no. And he's a psychiatrist too. Oh my God, no. Oh, poor thing. She's going to need so much therapy and she's probably going to be scared to get it because he's a psychiatrist. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good.
She has as much right to be in the hotel as anybody else. So that's the piece that people don't really understand is the hotel told her she could still be in the hotel.
Right.
So now Lauren's going on with duty
I love
run.
you guys too.
Sorry, but CrimeCon is being
bad.
held at this hotel, right?
At this Gaylord Hotel. It's a big event hotel.
Right.
Big
convention
center.
Even though CrimeCon is saying you got to leave, the hotel is like, no, she doesn't.
Right.
Okay.
So
got it.
The hotel is a big convention center hotel. So there's a whole.
So G14 says no, if you read Grayson's affidavit, she has her own place because she talks about checking her cameras. And I haven't read through all of the documents, but I'll show you. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up. Yeah. These are all the documents for the case. So I've got like all of the documents, all of the evidence, everything for us to go through. And these are actual documents. And then I've got some that I've actually requested too that's being shared with me. So we'll go through it. I'll go through what she said as well. That's what I'm hoping to get to by Monday. But we've got everything so far.
A bunch of space in the hotel for conventions and conferences. So CrimeCon says you can't be in the conference space that we're using. But the hotel says we can't keep her from being in the hotel.
Got it.
So Saturday evening,
that's so sad.
I went down to the bar. And I've been doing this stuff long enough that I've met people. So I went down to the bar and I had a drink and there were, I don't know, 8, 10 people all sitting around in this sort of lounge area with couches and chairs. And every year CrimeCon does an awards ceremony. So the people who'd been to the awards ceremony were coming out and they all ended up in the bar. Now, this bar is huge.
Ruth Ann,
I mean, it's maybe half a football field big. I mean, it is a huge bar space. So the woman who Lauren calls her stalker,
right,
was sitting in that collection of people with me and several other people. And
okay, so the girl that got the ticket to CrimeCon, Christina, she gets served the paperwork at CrimeCon from Lauren saying that she can't go to CrimeCon even though she's paid $1,800 for her ticket to be there, and she got her tickets before Lauren, from what I understand. She abides by that. She's walked out of the area by the police and things like that. She listens. She abides by that. She goes to her hotel room. And this hotel is a huge hotel in Aurora, Colorado. And so she's staying there but can't go to CrimeCon. So she comes down to the bar area and is hanging out with her friends that are at CrimeCon that can go. And they're sitting down in the bar area and they had this award ceremony at CrimeCon and everybody's coming out from the award ceremony and they're sitting there having some drinks.
the awards ceremony let out and people started filtering into the bar. So Lauren said she was at the award ceremony. I don't know. I was just sitting there, and
Me too.
a couple of other creators were sitting there, and Anjanette Levy from Law and Crime came over and sat down on the couch with us. And Christina, who is the stalker, was sitting around kind of in this group, sort of off to one side. And
Wow.
just a couple of minutes later, 2 Aurora police officers walked up to her and said, "Are you Christina?" She said, "Yes." And they said, "Can we talk to you?" And she walked away with them. And Anjanette Levy said, "What the hell was that all about?" And I said, "Oh, well, Lauren went, got a stalking order against her." And that's all I said. That's all I know. That may very well be how Anjanette Levy and Law and Crime got in on this.
Right.
So,
I mean, it's what makes the most sense.
Right.
So that could be how Law and Crime found out and then they looked into it to go and record her depositions, and while she's, trying to have her son testify in court. And why would Law and Crime record me? I'm not that popular, yet I'm popular enough to think that when I walk in a room, somebody should be made to leave that I don't like. Indy, thank you so much for the super chat. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. She said, "Hugs to you and your sweet mods." Hugs right back at you, Indy. Thank you so much. And thank you, mods, for being amazing. I do love our mods. Thank you so much for the support, Indy. I greatly appreciate that. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Little Bit said, "If it helps, a psychologist has a PhD in psychology. A psychiatrist has a medical degree also." Thank you. And I apologize for getting that wrong. Thank you guys for the correction. Yes, Indy, you are amazing. Thank you so much. Salting Mama said they told Christina someone called and said she was at CrimeCon. That's how police knew. Wow. So they had this order sitting on their desk, and somebody called into the station and was like, "She's at CrimeCon and you have a stalking order against her. You could come serve it right now." How utterly disgusting.
So I finished my drink and left.
Wonder who it
that was, I
was.
think, the second or third time I'd ever met Anjanette Levy. We're not friends. We don't talk,
Right, Dandy?
And I finished my drink and went to my room. So, and CrimeCon was over the next day and I left. So I didn't have any idea what was going on. But when I got back from CrimeCon, I was kind of pissed off by the fact that I felt like Lauren was misusing stalking orders to fuck around with this woman. I don't swear on my own channel, so.
No, you can swear on mine all you want.
I know.
Yeah.
But I really felt like she was just using.
Wait a minute. Okay, because where was CrimeCon? I know they were talking about Utah and Nevada. And CrimeCon, if CrimeCon was in Utah, then yeah, the only way for them to have it was because Lauren gave them a copy out of Nevada. You're right. I didn't even think about that. Thank you. Her brother is an attorney? Which one's brother? Or popular enough that you need to be escorted to your car? Ma'am, you're doing too much. Bring it down a few notches. Exactly. If Rocco doesn't know you, then you have a ways to go. Exactly. Ma'am, take 15 motherfucking seats, please. You know what I'm saying? It was Colorado. Okay, yeah. So she would have had to take the stalking order there and give it to police and be like, "Just in case you see her, I have a stalking order against her. So I just want you to be aware." And then somebody called and said she's at CrimeCon where she was. Yeah. Bullshit. Lauren took that stalking order there, gave it to the police, and then called and said she's at CrimeCon just so Christina couldn't go to CrimeCon after having paid for $1,800 for a ticket while Lauren had general admission. See, that makes it so much worse. Do y'all get what I'm saying? Do y'all get what I'm saying? It's yeah, Lauren is the stalker, in my opinion. Exactly, Cherokee. Wow. Lauren has the police on speed dial. It sounds like it. I know. I wish I knew Rocco enough to be that important. I thought I unsubbed to them after Richard Allen's trial, but I guess I didn't. I sure unsubbed after 5 minutes of that first live, right?
Stalking orders. And there's been a lot of this going on. There's a
All
Canadian
right, we're about done with this. Let's go
creator.
to
His
the one
name
you
is
did
Ian
last night.
Runkle. He's got a
Yeah,
woman from
Runks.
Wisconsin.
Yeah. We
Poor
love Runks
Ian.
here.
I
Yeah.
do too. And he's got a woman from Wisconsin, I think, that he's fighting a stalking order over because he said negative things about her. And it seems like it's kind of going on in the true crime community and in the YouTube space. So I went on my little bitty channel. I have 8,000 subscribers. I'm a little bitty channel. And I said, here's what I know. I talked about the fact that Lauren shared my manuscript, and I talked about the fact
100%.
that what I saw at
Weaponizing the
CrimeCon,
voice.
and that's what I did. But I'm a lawyer, and so I sat down and said, "This isn't stalking. It's not defamation. It's not any of those things. It's
Because
Lauren
it's
being a
not.
damn mean girl because she's
Exactly.
threatened." So what I know is that Lauren was, when she started her channel, she was flat ass broke. And she's got 317 subscribers, and she's got all sorts of Patreon and all sorts of stuff. And she's dragging down some bucks, and she's comfortable. And she does not want all this stuff to get out because
And that's what it all boils down to. I didn't know she was flat ass broke when she started her channel, but y'all, like one day I hope to share more of my story with you guys. Like I can't stand that shit. I can't stand that shit. I can't stand somebody who's all about the money. Like my God, it makes me sick. Um, she's flat ass broke when she starts her channel, okay, and then she starts making money from her channel and starts becoming more popular. And if she if she's making a living from her channel and this is her livelihood, then again, you need to treat it as such. As somebody, I look at any monetary value I make off of my channel as a blessing because that's what it is. I would not feel stable enough if I stopped what I was doing and just solely lived on tried to survive and make a living off of my YouTube channel, no matter how big I got. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night because you can lose your YouTube channel in the blink of an eye. You don't ever depend on the money you make on YouTube. That's my advice. And I won't ever let myself get dependent on that money. Any money that we make is a blessing. And I try to give back to the community when I can. We've donated to several charities. We've done fundraisers. A lot of things because it's a blessing. But if you're going to use this as your livelihood, then you need to treat it as such. The last thing you need to do is to be talking shit and giving people ammunition to take your livelihood away from you. Like, I don't, being petty and vengeful is a great way to just set a fire to everything you've done and your whole entire livelihood. If it's your livelihood, treat it as such. End of. I don't know what to tell you. Diversify your income. Right. If I come out here and depended solely on YouTube, I would be straight panic attack the whole time I'm having my live stream. I would feel like I couldn't talk freely. I would feel like it could be taken away at any moment. And then how am I going to pay my damn bills? Like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Anna Garcia is an actual journalist. Yeah. Carrie, good to see you. There are desperate people out there wondering how they're going to have food on the table this month with the holidays coming, and this rich lady needs an escort to her car at a nice restaurant. Get the fuck out of here. Exactly. Exactly. Amanda, good to see you. Her friend had booked the ticket months ago while she got hers just a few weeks back. Her friend was unexpectedly kicked out of the seminar she paid a substantial amount to attend. And that's fucked up. in my opinion. Hello to everybody I haven't said hey to, and thank you, Abellis, for saying hey to everybody too.
Truth is, she talks about other people behind their backs all the time. She ingratiates herself with crime victims, and this is why, you know,
For those of us who haven't graduated from the Glare Institute of Law and stuff, in grades, explain that word.
So she gets in good with all those people. She promises, you know, she tells them she's all about the victims, and she's very sympathetic, and you know, she gets all on their good sides, and you know, we're all friends.
And that's, in my opinion, is to keep other people from talking to the victims as well. So she's got the inside scoop, and it makes more sense when we talk about her trying to block Annie Elise from sitting with any of the victims. She feels like she's built up the rapport with them, and so therefore that's her scoop. That's her, you know, one on. You know what I mean? She's afraid someone's going to rob and steal her brows, said Dandy. I would sue CrimeCon. I mean, they should make the person who took the order out not be allowed to go to CrimeCon. You know what I mean?
And then behind their backs,
Brad Pitt,
she's texting shit about them.
Dude,
so she's saying mean, nasty things about them.
Wow,
well,
dude. I heard a rumor about this. I wasn't sure. Like, yeah.
So there was this group of women. Christina, the so-called stalker, was part of it. Early on, before she cut me out, I was in those text threads too. And there were messenger threads and there were text threads. And she would say stuff in those text threads that she would definitely not want other people to hear.
Oh my God.
So, like, I mean, I'm not going to ask you what they are, but did you take screenshots?
Hunter.
No, but other people did.
Okay. So there are receipts.
There are receipts. Yes. Now I have the receipts for the.
Okay, I'm going to show you guys the receipts. Then we're going to see what you guys were saying GIGI said. And then we'll go to what was said last night. So this is from Lauren Hellis presents Chasing Justice. This is the lady we just saw talking. This is her channel. Okay, now remember, Lauren's talking about this manuscript that Lori wrote, saying, I didn't offer to pass it out to anybody. I gave it to my editor, my one other person, and then her husband, right? So it says, here's one of the posts I had trouble with on my live. It's a screenshot of Lauren asking a Facebook group if anyone wants a copy of my book. Remember, Lauren saying, oh, I didn't do that. I never did that. Oh, Lord, let me go back. We can see it better the other way. So, Lauren, this is the pinned comment. It says, thanks to Nate Eaton, I have Hellis' book. Anyone want a copy? And somebody put a laughing face. That is redacted, and it says, that was nice of him to gift you something. Lauren said it really was. He was excited to tell me this morning he has a copy, and then put a laughing face. Sent to him by Lori's publisher. So, I mean, it appears that Lauren is lying her ass off and that she was trying to give copies of the book to everybody. Lola, the good dog, thank you so much for the super chat. I greatly appreciate it. She said, did you see the video of Lauren from 4 years ago calling out fake victims who claim people are stalking them? No. The irony in that. I have not seen that. If you have it, you can email me. You can email it to me. I'd love to show it. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for letting me know. Salty said, Hunter, your SSDI will not be touched, but Snap, yes. Try a food pantry or a church near you. Thank you for that. Yes. Do that. Food pantries and the church, if you go Department of Social Services, they should be able to help you as well. It's scary, but I also think of how many others are going to be in the same boat as me next month. It's sad, and I'm sorry you're going through that. Okay, I'll pull it up in just a second. Thank you for that. This is another receipt. I can't zoom in, but it says, hold on, let me get real close to the screen so I can see it. It says, "Hi, Lori. I'm a longtime listener and wanted to reach out to you, but I'm using a temporary email as I really don't want to be dragged into this drama. I can say that if she sent this to me, I am sure she sent it to others. She had no reason to share this with me, nor do I think she had any right to. This also shows that she got it from Nate, who knows who else he sent it to. I don't know how you can look into this further, but I'm happy to try and provide any other info if I can. I just don't want to be pulled into this, but Lauren needs to realize this is not okay. Here's an email she sent me. It included an email from Nate and from your publisher. This included a link to your book, but I do not believe she had any right or reason to pass this out like free candy. Email back if I can try to provide you any other info. I'm sick of seeing Lauren escalate things and do stuff like this." And she forwarded a message from Lauren and John Mathais, and it's forwarded from Nate Eaton, who sent it to Hidden True Crime. I mean, it's basically saying the name of the book. She got it forwarded. And then the publisher forwarded it to Nate. It says, "Dear Nate, a criminal lawyer takes readers inside the notorious Lori Vallow case and the devastating doomsday murders. In Children of Darkness and Light, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell and the Story of Murderous Faith." And that was by Pegasus Crime, September 3rd of 2024. It's basically telling about the story, the book that Lori wrote that she was having published. Why would Lauren get it and just try to pass it out like free candy? And Lori goes on to talk about how Lauren called the publisher over and over and over again, trying to get the book and make it to where it couldn't be released. Like trying to say she copyrighted a bunch of shit from when she was on her channel, because remember they talked about her being on the channel for like a year, once a week, and then she stopped and she wanted to create her own channel and all of that. Real quickly, thinking about it, you kind of went through something similar recently too, if you really think about it. Thanks for just being real and not involving the freaking cops. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I did get doxxed, but yeah, I'm not calling the motherfucking cops. Again, nobody would have had that information if I hadn't done what I done. So it's not that big a deal. Plus, it just proves that I've told the truth. I've told you guys from the beginning that I was a criminal at one point. So what? You just proved that I told the truth? I don't know. Hey, everyone, please pray and send positive vibes for everyone in the path of Hurricane Melissa. Oh, no. Yes, I'm sorry. Please be thinking about them. I wasn't looking at chat, so I'm not sure the context, but it sounds like someone's looking for resources. I live in Connecticut, and we can dial 211 and get help. I'm not sure if other states have it. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay, so this is evidently Gigi's response. This is from J for Justice podcast. I did just drop their link in chat, and I will put it in the description box when we are done. This is a 2-minute video that she got, and it's a statement regarding Lauren Mathais. So thank you to the person who sent this to me. The video is titled, "Did Lauren from Hidden True Crime Try to Sabotage Her Podcast?" If you have not subscribed to J for Justice podcast, please do so via the link I just dropped in chat.
Okay. This is Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis. And she says, "I posted on this thread, but let me copy and paste for you again. There's so much more, but I don't air dirty laundry. All the drama aside from the current topic of discussion was known to a lot of us in spring. We all moved on, but I guess this has caused the past to rise back up, which I am totally over after months of being thrown in this at no fault of my own. This was in response to someone saying they hope I wasn't shunning Lauren. Shun
bop, boom, 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 bop, bam.
Am I muted? Was I muted? I hope I wasn't muted. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry about that. I apologize. Hold on one second. Okay. I'm going to play it and let her read it to you.
Anybody any harm, but me choosing to be the adult and prevent any further drama in my life is fair.
It should have audio now.
There are two sides to every story, and I could have gone public in May with mine. But in spite of everything that was done against me, behind my back, without my knowledge, all while thinking what little connection we had at trials was good, I don't want to be the reason for anybody's downfall. This isn't my problem. But when people are made aware of things said and done against them and choose to quietly walk away instead of airing it out in a public forum, that's not shunning. There you go. Beautifully said, Gigi. Very, very well said.
Okay. I couldn't hear anything. My headphones stopped working. Hold on just a minute. Let me get my headphones to work. I sincerely apologize. I didn't mean for all that craziness to happen. Hold on. All right. Don't be stupid now. Sometimes it likes to be stupid. I saw that I have a super chat. Hold on. Let me say thank you for that. Madeline, thank you so much for the super chat. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly, greatly appreciate it. What are we connected to? Okay. All right, now let me check my email. Okay, now I'm going to bring up this video. Again, I sincerely apologize. Madeline, thank you so much for the super sticker. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly, greatly appreciate it. It says game over. Thank you so much for that. In that moment, it did seem like the game was over, didn't it? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And so this is supposed to be a fake stalker situation that you guys sent me. On X. Is it? I hope that I'm still here. But okay, so this is a video that somebody sent me on X about Lauren claiming a fake stalker. Okay, yeah, that's the email. Okay, thank you. So let's see what this is. I think this is what y'all are saying. The video is not aging very well. Don't be stupid with me. Headphones.
Being stalked, I would say, oh, I am being stalked. I've been stalked 16 times. Help me, help me. I'm the victim. I'm the victim, which, by the way, this is pity play. We need to talk about pity play. Maybe I'll do another video on it. But Sociopath Next Door, Dr. Martha Stout, who wrote that book, stated people always ask her what the number one thing is if they're looking for a sociopath or a psychopath. And she said, everyone wants me to say some nefarious detail, some wicked thing that you can see if someone's really evil or really not. She said, there's none of that. What it is pity play. If somebody is always the victim, if someone is always trying to reach for your sympathy, if someone is always trying to get your pity, it's likely there's a problem. I'd say, oh, I am being stalked. I've been stalked.
Thank you so much for the super chat, Lola. And again, I apologize for my tech issues. It's just me running, allegedly speculating, so I do the best I can. Thank you so much for being here with me and working with me while I got that audio fixed. I greatly appreciate it. My headphones were deciding to have a seizure. Thank you, Lola, for the super chat. Lola for the super chat. Lola said, I'm glad you got the video. That's the right one. So the audio was good and you could hear it. That video did not age well because, again, it appears that she is the one playing the victim. And she even states in this video, the stalker, somebody's claiming I'm being stalked, but yet seems to be playing the victim. They're probably not. Isn't it funny how we find videos like this when somebody's trying to do some fuck shit? You'll always find a video of them back in the day basically saying, what is the word? Going against what they're saying now. Like when somebody's trying to do some fuck shit, if you go back far enough, you'll find a video of them denouncing themselves from the past. Almost like their past selves knew what their future self was going to do, and they put out a video to denounce it, yet still chose that path in the future. It is a perfect example of pity play, Tammy. If she was such a stalker, why did the judge side with her? And why did Lauren drop it when it was continued? Exactly. Like I said yesterday, it doesn't matter if law and crime was there. If you're genuinely afraid for your life, you might say something like, I can't believe you're here to record a stalking injunction, considering that you've never filmed a stalking injunction before. That's fucked up. And you're going to record my stalking injunction. That's messed up. I hope you enjoy it. But then continue to go through with it because you're afraid for your life, right? You're afraid for your family and for your family's life, right? So therefore, you would go through with it regardless of who was able to film it. To me, it seems like she wanted to make money off of it, and she thought that law and crime might get to make some money off of it. So she put a stop to that real damn quick and said, oh, I'm just going to drop it, solely because she thought law and crime might make some money off of it. And then when you see the video of her in the bed crying where Grayson's recording her, seeming like, oh, talking about, I'm recording this in case there's a documentary. What do you mean a documentary? You're so big, you're so much of a celebrity that you might need to make a documentary about the situation, yet you don't want law and crime to record you? It don't make no damn sense. Let's listen to her denounce her future self from the past one more time.
I'd say, oh, I am being stalked. I've been stalked 16 times. Help me. I'm the victim, which, by the way,
hold on.
This is pity play. We need to talk about pity play. Maybe I'll do another video on it. But Sociopath Next Door, Dr. Martha Stout, who wrote that book, stated people always ask her what the number one thing is if they're looking for a sociopath or a psychopath. And she said, everyone wants me to say some nefarious detail, some wicked thing that you can see if someone's really evil or really not. She said, there's none of that. What it is pity play. If somebody is always the victim, if someone is always trying to reach for your sympathy.
Just like she did with the 9-hour live stream and what we're about to see again. Hannah said, in my opinion, Christina and friends just wanted Lauren to tell the truth. Lauren inadvertently told the truth in what she didn't say. Exactly.
Bop, boom, 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 bop, bam.
Exactly. Manipulate much, said Addie V. The salty mama said, that's interesting because in an earlier chat I was saying with Lauren and her husband's new video, it almost seems like they're trying to make a documentary. She said it, salty mamas. She says that when in the beginning of the 9-hour live stream, when Grayson is recording her in that bed, I don't know if it's her room or the motel room or what, but she's sitting in that bed crying. Right before they go into that video, she talks about they were recording it in case they wanted to make a documentary about it or something. Like, ma'am, I'm going to need you to take 15 motherfucking seats. Do not pass go. Do not pop a clutch. Do not grab a gear. Do not squall tires. Do not haul ass. Complete fucking stop.
If someone is always trying to get your pity, it's likely there's a problem. I'd say, oh, I am being stalked. I've been stalked 16 times. Help me. I'm the victim, which, by the way, this is pity play. We need to talk about pity play. Maybe I'll do another video on it. But Sociopath Next Door, Dr. Martha Stout, who wrote that book, stated people always ask her what the number one thing is if they're looking for a sociopath or a psychopath. And she said, everyone wants me to say some nefarious detail, some wicked thing that you can see if someone's really evil or really not. She said, there's none of that. What it is pity play.
There's no way to see if there's no signs of being wicked or evil. There's pity play. Boy, Lauren learned from that. She learned exactly how to do it.
If somebody is always the victim, if someone is always trying to reach for your sympathy, if someone is always trying to get your pity, it's likely there's a problem. I'd say, oh, I am being.
She is the problem, in my opinion. All right, let's jump over here. Let me share this. This is from Hidden True Crime. They decided to come out last night. Oh, that was from about 4 years ago. Let me grab it. Hold on. Let me pin that real quick. That is the link for what we're about to go over, which is a video that Lauren did with her husband last night. This video over here from StreamYard that I was emailed, it's from Nerdy Addict. Oh, they posted it October 21st of 2025. And it's from The Truth Is Always the Strongest Argument. The person who sent it to me said it was from 4 years ago. Let me grab it over here. And I'm going to give you the link to that video if you guys want it. So here's the link to that video. That's on X. And they said it was from about 4 years ago. And it looks like it was probably about 4 years ago. She looks a little bit better than she does now, in my opinion. The cheeks, specifically. Julia said it's also not ethical for her husband to be giving his professional opinion on record in her defense. Yup. Watch her expressions to the camera. Oh, it was classic. Now, that's what I've talked about with you guys. I can't wait to go on camera soon because you can read just looking at my face, you can tell what I'm thinking. And I can't wait for y'all to see that. I'll probably have y'all laughing. That's what I was told it was 4 years ago. It seems to be a while back. She looks a lot different. I don't know what was up with the bruises on her hands. That's interesting. This video is maddening what her and her husband. Yeah, it is. I couldn't believe it last night. All right, so let's get into it. Now, this was from last night.
Again, I do want to say thank you to everyone for your support. We've actually received thousands of emails and messages from people.
The Price of Truth is what it's called. We speak out after the 9-hour live. Dr. John Mathais breaks down the fallout. Okay. Their link is pinned to the top of the chat, and it is in the description box as well. And I will add J for Justices in there too. Although it's already in there for a different video. It will. All right, let's see what they said last night. Good gravy.
Giving us support, and we just want to say thank you to before we begin.
And just so kind, so much kindness, so much love. Thank you very much. We were able to get through this a lot easier because of the support from our community and our gems, and you guys are amazing, and we can't thank you enough. So
all right, take it away.
So let's dive into this analysis. I'm going to start in a fairly peculiar, unexpected place.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with talking about Brad Pitt, the actor.
That is peculiar.
That is, it is a little peculiar, right?
Full stop.
So the reason I want to talk about Brad Pitt is because he's an actor in my generation. He's an actor I've followed very closely over the years. He's an actor I've really appreciated. And I've really kind of watched him mature and develop and grow. And that's been somewhat inspirational to me.
Yeah, so you do like him. He talks about Brad Pitt.
So let me just say, so I'm going to do a little bit of my own fangirling here, I guess. But let me say that the reason I got to know Brad Pitt was because in 1992, he was in a movie called A River Runs Through It.
Mm-hmm.
A River Runs Through It is one of my favorite movies. It's one of my favorite books. It's a book by Norman MacLean, who was a professor of English literature at the University of Chicago for many years. He wrote this novella about his childhood growing up in Montana and how fly fishing basically saved his life. It's a brilliant book. It's a brilliant movie. Brad Pitt was in the movie. He actually played the somewhat delinquent brother. It was an interesting role that Brad Pitt would kind of reprise many times in his career, but he was very good. And
yeah, he was.
I didn't know who he was at that time. And so I was interested. I'm like, who is this guy, right? When I watch a movie and there's actors I don't know, I'm always interested to kind of figure out who they are, where they came from. So I found that Brad Pitt actually was born and raised in a small town in Oklahoma. He was born in Shawnee, Oklahoma.
What? Okay.
And I also learned that at least some of his early career, he began in 1987. I didn't know any of his earlier movies. He did a few movies, and then he did work for a soap opera. So the evolution of his career really begins with soap operas. And, when I learned that, I thought, oh, this is interesting, right? Like, you don't see a lot of soap opera actors go on to become mega stars.
Ooh.
I mean, I guess some of them have, but I'm not aware of a lot, right? And so
I'll be honest with you. Cherokee said her lips do look newly injected. I have this, I don't use, like, y'all are talking about Botox and stuff. I've been trying to use like skincare more because, like I said, I'm planning on going on camera soon, and I only use doTERRA stuff that's like all natural essential oils. And I have this eye roller in my hand. It's like got this stuff you put under your eyes for bags under your eyes. It's supposed to make your eyes look rejuvenated, and you do it once a day. And I was doing it, and right when you said her lips look newly injected, I went to go put it on my lips, and I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, I don't play with that. It has to be all natural for me. And I'll be honest with you, I was listening to this while I was cooking dinner and taking care of the animals and all the things. I don't remember the talk about Brad Pitt, but this is definitely giving fangirl vibes. You know what I mean? Did she lower her eyebrows in this one? She did. It looks like they're natural now, because you think she saw Turtle Boy picking on her. Thank you, Dandy.
So you've got this guy in this major movie. It's produced by Robert Redford. Robert Redford, by the way, in 1992, clearly saw talent in this young actor, because Robert Redford has produced some extraordinary movies over the years. He's been in extraordinary movies. He knows the industry. He knows talent, and he picked out Brad Pitt.
Yeah, her eyebrows are right where they're supposed to be in this video. I'm going to skip it ahead. We don't need to hear about Brad Pitt. Oh, yeah, you can see it there. Hold on. Let me make it big. Yeah, she saw Turtle Boy. They're a little bit more natural now. Yeah, she saw Turtle Boy shit and made it natural. How interesting is that? Let me put it back like this now. Lord have mercy.
He does Moneyball. Brilliant. He's brilliant in this movie, right? He's also nominated for Best Actor. 2014 Fury.
What I use is doTERRA. It
Again,
good.
He's
it's
exceptional in this
plant
role.
Oils and things.
2015, he does The Big Short.
Right.
Every one of these roles, he sort of has a particular type in these movies, but you also, like, for me, I'm also seeing him expanding his repertoire a little bit, taking some risks, like with Troy, growing as an actor, right? So what's fascinating to me is you got this guy from an area from Oklahoma.
Okay. My headphones are wanting to be brats.
Debate about should Brad Pitt be doing movies, right? I'm sure people have mixed feelings about this. He was never formally charged with anything. He was never criminally charged. But after 2016, it does appear that a lot of his roles, lesser roles, it appears that he's doing movies that they don't quite have the heft and the reach of movies he's done before. So the reason I read that list of movies prior to is because I don't know exactly what was going behind the scenes. I don't know if the impact of accusations was affecting his ability to get.
It looks like they skipped it ahead, even the way they were showing him just now. Like, even the editor is tired of him talking about Brad Pitt.
better films. Like I just don't know. And so I'm gonna leave us here
Please do.
for a minute. I'm gonna
Please
leave us
do.
with the accusations,
It is very fake.
the trajectory of his career that apparently seems to stall around
Right.
2016, right? And I'm going to dive into something else, which is something that's called psychological essentialism. And
Let me look that up.
psychological essentialism, and there's different kinds of psychological essentialism, but fundamentally psychological essentialism is about the idea that things or people have an underlying reality. So there's something called category.
What do you say? Things or people have an underlying reality. It says essentialism in psychology refers to the belief that certain categories, such as gender, race, and identity, have inherent and unchangeable characteristics. This concept is deeply rooted in the works of philosophers like Plato and Aristotle, who proposed that all objects in the physical world were imperfect representations of ideal forms. These ideal forms represented the true nature of what they embodied, laying the groundwork for essentialist thought. Over time, this perspective has impacted various areas, including the perpetuation of gender roles, stereotyping based on racial attributes, and the rigidity of identity categories. Essentialism differs from other psychological theories such as normalism, Norman Nominalism, constructivism, and social constructionism. Its approach to defining and categorizing human behavior and identity. So, okay, I'm interested to see where he's going to go with that.
Essentialism, which is that you might take an attribute or something that of a person, and you're going to generalize from that and make assumptions about who that person is.
Okay.
So in other words, you want to categorize someone. So psychological essentialism is about trying to find some underlying category reality about a person or a thing. Typically in psychological essentialism, you might take an attribute or a behavior, even just one, and you'll generalize from that to categorize the person in question. So one of the authors one of the psychologists, his name is.
Okay, so what are we generalizing? Like, I would generalize her mean girl way of talking in text about talking shit about people. Like, that's who she is. She's in a category of mean girls because that's what she does. It has nothing to do with her role as a female or role as a male, her gender role, her stereotyping based on racial attributes, except for the way that she feels privileged. Other than that, I think it's more so of the mean girl mentality, which would present to me that she's very much immature, which again would go with psychology, but in a different way. She never got out of high school in her mind. I don't even know. Like, I could go on and on for days, but I feel like we need that clip at the end of it all where that guy says, after listening to everything you just said, everyone here is dumber for having listened to it. You know what I mean? That's where I'm at right now, even with what I'm saying.
It's Paul Bloom. He teaches at Yale. He does research. He wrote a book called How Pleasure Works, where he has some interesting chapters on psychological essentialism. The reason, by the way, he talks about it in terms of pleasure is because he argues strongly that psychological essentialism underlies a lot of our experience of pleasure, in the sense that there are certain things that that essentialism helps us with in terms of developing certain desires or motivations for something. So there's another type of psychological essentialism called life force essentialism, which I don't want to get into that now. We'll talk about it later. But for now, I want to talk about psychological essentialism, and I'm actually going to read. This was Paul Bloom, in his book called How Pleasure Works.
Why We Like What We Like. I like the subtitle. So I'm going to throw that out there.
He talks about, there's a subject in one of his studies, it's a 4-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks about it. He gives an example of psychological essentialism. And here's what he says.
They've been married for 15 years, it says. They have an 8-year-old boy. Yep. How pleasure works. Yeah. Let me stop. I could, I don't know. Most, I've never needed a book to know how pleasure works or what, pleasure is. No man I've ever been with has needed a book on that subject, but you go ahead and do you, boo. I know we're talking about.
They interviewed this 4-year-old, and he was describing what he perceived to be a violent playmate. So here's what he says. The 4-year-old. Quote, Gabriel didn't just hurt me. He hurt other kids too.
Right.
He's a herder. Right, Mom? He's a herder. The child, here's Bloom, the child is presumably stressing that this sort of behavior reflects a deeper aspect of Gabriel's nature. So what Bloom is saying that's of interest here is that if a child is on the playground, let's say we don't know the context, right? Let's say that child is having a really bad day. Let's say his father yelled at him that morning. Let's say his father maybe even pushed him, right? This kid, Gabriel, comes to school and
Okay, I'm seeing how he's gonna relate it. I was gonna skip it ahead, but he's saying that we're talking about it in this context. A little 4-year-old boy was asked to describe somebody violent on a playground, and he said somebody that's mean and that takes the toy away from him. And he's saying, okay, but the guy that the friend that the 4-year-old is describing as mean that took his toy away could have gone through some shit that morning. Maybe his parents yelled at him, maybe they spanked his butt. Maybe he's not in the best environment. So therefore, what right do we have to get mad at the boy for taking the toy because he might be going through some shit and the boy that has his toy taken away is perceiving it in a wrong way. And he's going to relate it to Lauren. Like, that's what's about to happen, more than likely. I'm going to skip it ahead just a little bit. Because again, it's a bunch of word salad.
expectation of privacy. Right. And let's say those messages are part of a group where the culture of that group is to roast.
You can't have an expectation of privacy when you run a YouTube channel. Expectation of privacy happens in your home, with your family, with your husband, with your wife. That's it. That's all. You can't go around talking shit with people that you meet at trials and not expect this to happen. I'm sorry. And if this is your livelihood, you should treat it as such. You are the face of your channel. You're the face of your livelihood. You're the face of it. So therefore, you treat it as such. You don't talk shit about the victims behind the scenes. Period. Point blank. No more, no less. That's it. That's all.
The same way they're looking for a specific instance or behavior to say, that's a herder. So here's an example. Let's say someone writes some private text messages that aren't meant with the expectation of privacy, right? And let's say those messages are part of a group where the culture of that group is to roast other people. That culture of that group is to make fun of other people and to just blow off steam, to vent, right? And let's say that one of those private messages, just one, or maybe a few, they're released publicly.
Yep.
Not to mention the ethical and moral issues about betraying someone's.
That's it. That's all. Lola said, my Nana would always say, never write anything down or text something you wouldn't want everyone to read. And I'll go even further. Don't talk about it on the damn phone because somebody could be recording your conversation that you wouldn't want everyone to read. If you're going to talk shit, you need to have the expectation that one day that person's going to find out what you said. Are you man or woman enough to back that up and say, yeah, I said that? Yeah, I felt that way because, and this is why, or not. If you're not, then don't even say it. Just lock it up and throw away the key. That's it. That's all. End of. Lauren knew she was going to fall in court. In my opinion, she was saving face. I've heard something else about that too. He thinks he can say whatever he wants and sound credible because of his voice or speech pattern. Why does that fool some people? It doesn't fool me. It does some, though. It does some. And it's sad. Roast or destroy? Both, probably.
Privacy and their friendship and trust. That's a different issue. That's more of a ethical issue, right? But so let's just say that somebody releases a private message or series of private messages, and they get out to certain people. So an example of psychological essentialism is you take one of those messages out of context, meant to be private. You take one of those messages,
And that's
and then
fine.
you develop a sticky label that you apply to the person that wrote that private or those private messages, right? So let's say that some of those messages were snarky, or let's say that some of those messages were edgy. Let's say they were a little biting. Maybe they were sarcastic, right? But they were in the context of a group where that wasn't to be shared. Psychological essentialism suggests that certain people will take those messages that weren't meant to be shared, and they will develop categories. They will label people bad. They will label people as being immoral because of.
No. If we had the text message, like somebody said in my chat just a minute ago, telling me that there's a text message calling Tylee a bitch, you are immoral. You are nasty. You are that. There's no labeling you. You are not for the victims. You come out here and cry saying that you can't, you have to go to trial. You can't go to your brother's bedside in the hospital as he's dying because you need justice for Tylee and JJ, yet you're calling Tylee a bitch in a text message. Yeah, somebody's going to think something about you. And it's not necessarily going to be this essentialism. It's going to be the damn truth, in my opinion. Yep, they're projecting.
That type of behavior without looking at the context, without considering that person's history, without considering that person's life,
Exactly.
Right? Like that's what, so it's the 4-year-old watching one particular behavior and coming to the conclusion that Gabriel is a herter, right? And that's a moral judgment, by the way, which is going to take us to the next step of this process. So one of the things.
And the next step in reality is, like Cherokee said, if it wasn't all about money, they wouldn't have followed up on Patreon. And they did. They took it to Patreon, and in order to get all the information, you had to be a member of the very highest tier. Again, it is all about money. If it's not, then stop portraying it that way. I can't speak on this man's professional career because I know nothing about him, but it looks like he's trying to help. But someone in his profession would not psychoanalyze their partner. Exactly. I agree with that too. Right? A little bit. This is exactly why the judge made the statement, something to the effect that this is not a stalking case. If you want to sue her for defamation, go that way if you feel there's an issue. Exactly. Like I've said from the beginning, if you thought it was defamation, you should have went for defamation, not stalking. But defamation doesn't put her in control to where she can do I'm walking in this room right here, so you got to fucking exit. It doesn't make her feel like she's on top of the world on this little pedestal that she feels like she has every right to be on, in my opinion.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
That's just my opinion. In that Patreon, they were laughing about the stalker being there. Yep. And she said, hey to her and everything. And you don't think that stalker is going to get that and use that in court against you? You're a dumbass. I mean, again, and when I heard that they were taunting the stalker in the Patreon, all I could do was say,
this woman here is a dumbass.
Stop it. And that's probably exactly what the judge was thinking. Deal said, somebody said in my chat that there was a text message where she called Tylee a bitch. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I wasn't there. I don't know if that's true or not. That's why I said if there is a message where she called Tylee a bitch and somebody saw that, that's not somebody making an assumption of who you are. That's somebody saying who you are as a person. You know what I mean? But to be fair, I didn't see it, so I don't know for a fact.
One of the interesting things about psychological essentialism is that human beings, this is true across all cultures. This research is invariant. This research is as universal as you can get in our field, in the field of psychology. The finding is that human beings, because of psychological essentialism, they believe that we all have more or less what's called a true self. So we have this core self, this true self.
What?
Human beings also believe that not only do we have this true self, but this true self is morally virtuous. So this is another part of the finding. So you have a true self that's essential, that self, most people believe that self in themselves and others is morally virtuous. And then we get to another piece of this puzzle. So not only do people see a true self that's morally virtuous, but they believe, because of this, they believe human beings across all cultures believe that there's an intrinsic goodness to them. And they also believe there's an intrinsic goodness in the groups that they participate in or involved in. So I'm going to read from a book here. I'm going to read the psychologist Keith Payne, who summarizes this point.
What's this book?
It's called Good Reasonable People. Keith Payne is a psychologist at the University of North Carolina. He's done a lot of research on social psychology. Keith Payne calls these assumptions, quote, the psychological bottom line.
I skimmed through it real quick, but I'm not sure. I know that she said she had to be at trial and that her brother would have wanted her to be at that trial because it meant so much for him for her to be there. So I'm not 100% on that. I will look, and I'm going to put all the documents on my Patreon, but my Patreon has one tier and it's $5 a month, but we're going to go over on Monday at the latest. They do have superiority complexes, in my opinion, as well. They got that boy so afraid for his mother life. It's cruel, and that makes me livid. That makes me livid, too. That's a bunch of bullshit. That little boy shouldn't know nothing about any of this. Nothing.
The psychological bottom line. What that means is Payne is saying
$65 a month is insane.
Universally, across all cultures,
in my opinion,
human beings always come back to the psychological bottom line. I'm going to read what he says. This is on page 41. The first non-negotiable principle is that I am a good and reasonable person. The second principle is that, quote, my groups are good and reasonable people. He goes on. When the psychological immune system, that means defense mechanism, that's what researchers call it.
Okay, defense mechanism.
When the psychological immune system protects us from threats, it does it by finding a way to make everything else add up to the psychological bottom line. In other words, human beings, we think that there's a true self, that it's moral and it's good, and we will do everything in.
Okay, I'm going to skip past the psychological bullshit. Orange said, don't dish it if you can't take it. And that's exactly right. All right, I'm going to skip it ahead just a little bit. We're going to skim through the psychological bullshit.
And that's how we evaluate other people, right? That's how we kind of live our lives.
Right. I don't want everybody getting too.
I'm going to go further with this idea. So
they have 4 tiers.
There's been some interesting research by Strominger and Nichols. This is from an article.
They have 4 tiers on Patreon. Opal is $4, Sapphire is $12, Ruby is $19.50, and Diamond is $39. Okay. Can we get the BS? Oh, of course.
Get a bullshit. A bullshit, a bullshit, a bullshit.
The bullshit, baby. Yeah, please don't go any further. $39 a month. Yeah. I could see raising money like to go to a trial or something, but not monthly. That's
called neurodegeneration and identity.
Okay.
It is.
No, thank you.
So who cares? Why? Let's say this is a moral crusade that people are trying to paint Brad Pitt as evil, so he never works again in Hollywood. They're trying to get him canceled, right?
Right.
To punish him
Back
for
to Brad
his
Pitt.
so-called
moral
shortcomings.
All of them. 51.
And
let me look at it real quick. I'll pull it up.
I think there's something really interesting here that we need to consider that applies to our situation. And this is where this is important. The problem Angelina Jolie had in trying to make this a moral crusade was that Brad Pitt has this body of work, which is indisputably good, right? He's got this body of work, and he's becoming an actor that's mastering his craft. That's why I'm interested in the guy. Like, I love watching people master a craft.
You always say, make good art.
Right. I love excellence, right? And so I strive for that myself.
Says the valedictorian who got accepted to Harvard, Princeton, Yale, and Columbia, and, said no to most of them. Sorry. I'm going to brag.
I'm going to brag. Of course you are. Of fucking course you are. We responded is locked. So I don't know where it gives the. Hello. See, even right here. Hello, Hidden True Crime fans. As we create something extraordinary, we hope to grow with you every step of the way. Please join us and support our podcast from its humble origins at our family dining room table. We hope to produce this podcast full time, and we have some big plans to explore the true crime terrain in a way that no one else has attempted, including involvement in unsolved cases, psychological deep dives on controversial cases, and forensic assessments of the most heinous past crimes. I mean, that's kind of what all of us do. I get that her husband is a psychologist, which not all of us have, but we try to do all of that. I've talked about old cases, new cases. I try to find old cases and new cases to go over. We talk about the psychology of it to the best of our ability. I submit and purchase FOIAs and body cams and all the things. I mean, I don't know how. Anyway. So there's Hidden Opal, which in US dollars is $5 a month. See, I've only got one tier on mine, and mine is $5, and I put everything on there. That's on my YouTube channel. Everything that I get, I put it on there. So you could literally start a YouTube channel with what's on my Patreon. I have not got a lot of audio interrogations, but I've just figured out how to do that. So I'm working on it. But still, you can, I mean, that's it. That's all. I'm not charging nobody more than $5 a month for that. Hidden Sapphire is $15 a month. This tier includes all of the content and perks from the Hidden Opal tier and everything below. Dr. John's book, documentary club, and Discord community. Hidden Ruby, this tier includes all of content from Hidden Opal and Sapphire, and it has live Q&As with Lauren and or John. So for $10 a month, you can join live Q&As. Okay, so for $5, it's a level 1 membership merch discount of 5%. You have Patreon only episodes. FOIA court documents are full and ever growing collection, and general support. So you get to be part of the Discord community here and Dr. John's documentary club. Here you get to ask questions. And then Hidden Diamond for $50 a month. It says this tier includes all of the content and perks from all of the other tiers, as well as being recognized as a hidden diamond. We are so grateful for your support. So you would get early access to new videos, general support, FOIA documents, Patreon only episodes, Dr. John's book club, past and present, live Q&As, Hidden Gem Discord community for $50. Absolutely not. What the fuck? I have some that are $0, but most of my stuff is behind the $5 wall. But like everything, all my court document. Like I put everything there. Like you could literally take the court documents there and start your own YouTube channel. And the only reason I really started doing that was because I wanted somewhere to give you guys everything I have. Since I've got the plea interviews with Michelle Martins, I've figured out how to do the uploads of the audios and stuff like that. So as soon as I get the shit on my channel, I put it on there. Like you could literally take it and start your own YouTube channel. All my FOIAs, everything is there for $5, and I wouldn't charge anymore. Their young producer / child is going to be very busy, aren't they? I really am worried about Grayson.
But he's not a real psychologist, guys. Just pretend.
I love people.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I love people that strive for excellence. I see Brad Pitt as fitting that mold, right? And so when she shifts this debate into makes it a moral crusade, there's a big problem. And that problem is that Brad Pitt's body of work and the quality of his work are indisputably good. I mean, you know what? Some critics may disagree with me. I'm sure there's critics that hate Brad Pitt. They think he's a hacked actor, but I'm not one of those, right? And so if the goal is to cancel Brad Pitt, and you're a fan of Brad Pitt, like I am, my response to that was, okay, maybe he's got some problems in his personal life. Maybe whatever. I'm not excusing it. Maybe he feels overwhelmed by having all these kids, a massive career, be one of the biggest stars in the world. Like you and I
think he's admitted to alcoholism. He's struggling with addiction.
Right.
He's certainly not perfect. He's got some issues.
All right, I'm going to skip it ahead of this Brad Pitt talk. And yeah, moral crusades. Moral crusades would be in there for your mother who's on hospice and going to visit your brother in the hospital before he died instead of going to a trial. I mean, I'm sorry. He does seem obsessed with Brad Pitt. That's probably why she looks annoyed when he talks about him. Grayson is under 25. The brain doesn't stop developing until 25. Even though legally she's an adult, her brain isn't, and she does seem very sheltered. Like I said, I'm genuinely worried. Brad Pitt is a hacker, just like Lauren. You think so? He's going around all the houses, but in the wrong street, right? Right.
Pitt, for example, that this attempt to shift the debate to this moral crusade, to this moral issue. But it's certainly an attempt to shift the debate away from his work as an artist and an actor to something else, to something about his character, to something about his morals and his right.
I could back that.
And the question is, and by the way, with you weren't accused. You've never done anything like that ever. Like you've never done anything wrong.
Well, my eyebrows are a sin.
Right. Yeah, you may have to shave those.
So they'll always tell you a little bit of truth in their lies. Obviously, she's joking about it, but it bothered her because she drew them where her actual brow ridge is now this time. Do they use the legal definition of stalker? That matters. Yes. They go through it and read it. So if you admit that you have done terrible things, it's okay. It's all okay if you have done any good things. I think that admitting you've done terrible things is where you start at, but the best way to I've done terrible things in my past, right? And I learned from that and I stopped doing them. You know what I mean? Like I can admit that I've done terrible things, but the biggest thing is to learn from it and to stop doing it. Like if you do terrible things and then continue to do it, you've learned nothing. She talks about sending apology letters out for she doesn't even know why she's sending them. Well, ma'am, stop sending them because they don't mean shit if you don't even know why you're sending them. Yeah, they're very much in love with themselves. She is watching Turtle Boy. It does appear so. She's probably scaring the shit out of Grayson, who may not have been through too many adult experiences yet. Yep, exactly. No, he's not.
We've received.
I love myself some Botox.
We've received some emails. I think there's. I want to read a comment we received by Pinata Samurai. I love that name, by the way. Thanks, Pinata Samurai.
This is a comment.
This is a comment that I love that summarizes this whole thing up. We received a brilliant text in comments, or I'm sorry, a brilliant message in comments from one of our viewers. And here's what Pinata Samurai said.
Love the name, by the way.
I know. Pinata Samurai. It's so great. Next time I go to a pinata party with our son, I'm going to call myself Pinata Samurai. Quote, even if you were the devil himself, I'd still watch you. You're brilliant at what you do. You and your husband both. Right? And so the reason that's relevant,
I'm not the devil.
the reason that's relevant, I know you're not the devil. It's making a point. Obviously, you're not the devil. Only when you lock me in my cage in the garage.
You are going to have supporters that will continue to watch you no matter what, and love and support you no matter what. Let's skip it ahead a little bit.
That everyone involved in the smear campaign is claiming this moral high ground, and they're claiming this moral authority to engage in this smear campaign and bullying and stalking against you because they're morally correct, right? Because they're right. They're going to show, they're desperately trying to show that you've done something wrong, that you're a bad person, and you should be canceled.
Yeah, well, and how about also someone is either all good or all bad? I mean, that's what you were saying at the beginning of this.
That gets into psychological essentialism. Right? Exactly.
Yeah, psychological
so it's like the fourth grader. It's like the fourth grader
or
watching
the 4-year-old.
I mean, I'm sorry, I meant the 4.
Yeah, even worse.
It's like the 4-year-old watching a little child punch another kid. Maybe the Gabriel had a bad day, and then coming to the conclusion that's a herder. This is a version of that. And by the way, part of the reason that's important is because there is a tremendous amount of immaturity here.
From Lauren, sending those text messages. Dale Lone Wolf, nice to meet you, good to see you. Or Daily Wolf, sorry. Said it's not a smear campaign if there's proof. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
It's not a smear campaign if there's proof. It's the motherfucking truth. The victim blaming arrives. I was wondering why she never is hardly ever at home, right?
Right, like these smear people
There was nothing in
are
that
engaged.
text that had
We've
anything
seen
to
so
do
many
with the
comments about
situation,
this,
right?
that how childish this is, how middle schoolish this is, right? And it's almost like you're taking that 4-year-old and you're showing the 4-year-old one text that may have been a little snarky, and the 4-year-old's coming to the conclusion, oh, that's a herder, right? It's a similar dynamic.
Yeah.
So I think there's a couple of issues here that are worth talking about. One is that there's a deliberate attempt here, I think, to shift this debate away from your work, our work, the quality of our work. Mm-hmm. Like technically, Brad Pitt, I don't really care what's going on in his personal life. I'm just interested in his mastery of acting and his journey towards mastery. And I've been invested in that for a long time. As a matter of fact, I have a quote from a critic. This is recently. So Brad Pitt did a recent movie called F1, which I love, by the way.
I definitely see that.
I thought he was great. I mean, it wasn't much of a stretch for him.
I skipped it ahead again.
Win that argument because human beings are drawn to that moral crusade. They're drawn into that morality play. For me, I'm less interested in his biography and I'm more interested in his actual art.
Yeah.
And
So it's interesting you said that. Carolina said, did y'all catch what Dr. John said the next time I take our son to a birthday party? Quote, he is the only one who had time for their 8-year-old son. Like, that's so fucked up, in my opinion. And it's interesting that you said that because somebody pointed out yesterday that she talked about having to get on a flight to come home and take him trick-or-treating and then leave the very next morning to go back to the trial she was at. So it does seem, even when you couple that, just like I was talking about earlier with these little fires, when you couple all these little things, not being there for her brother when he was dying in the hospital, not being there for her mom right now while she's in hospice, having to catch a flight to take her son trick-or-treating, not being there for the birthday parties, it creates this one big fire that she's a shitty parent and a shitty mom who doesn't put her family first, even though she likes to portray herself like she does. That's weird, John. You're a man. Why are you so into a celebrity? These two are so immature. And how has he got a degree in whatever he is and whatever he does, yet he's this immature just like her? I mean, they both stopped growing after high school mentally. Tomorrow, tune into Hidden True Crime for Brad Pitt, the sequel, Psychological Breakdown. Don't look at Lauren's shitty behavior. Just look at her interviews and trial coverage. Right. Like, both can be true.
I want to evaluate him on that terrain.
Fair.
Rather than in terms of morality, right? But it shows that human beings have this knee-jerk reaction to go after moral issues.
Yeah.
In fact, like this whole idea of cancel culture, this whole idea of harming people on the internet is based on this idea of humans being moral creatures on moral crusades, trying to assert their moral superiority.
Yeah.
With or without, most often without moral authority, but a moral authority is a tricky issue. So I don't want to get into that too much. I mean, because, ironically, I think some of the people on the smear campaign would say that their moral authority comes from God.
Yeah.
And so I think that in this smear campaign, I think there's a religious component, right? So if you have God on your side and you're right, so being right in this case means
Right.
that they're morally superior, and they're right because they're trying to show that you are immoral and that you have poor character and therefore you should be canceled. And they're trying to show that
with proof. With proof. If there is no proof of your shitty behavior, then you wouldn't be worried right now, would you? She portrays herself as a homesteading mom. The truth is, the children no longer even live with her. It's easy to portray yourself differently. Oh, wow, Kalisa, I didn't know that. It is. When you get on this internet, you can portray yourself as anything, but if you portray yourself as something you're not, it will always catch up with you. That's why it's best to be you from jump. I have not lied to y'all about me, myself, my past, or anything from the jump, because that's just, there's no point. I'm going to be me regardless. I am me. Excuse me. When I go to the grocery store in pajamas, sorry. I apologize for coughing. I didn't have time to mute. When I go to the grocery store in pajamas and a messy bun, I am me. Like, I'm just me all the time, every day, all the time, no matter what. So I'm going to be me in every scenario. And that's the best way to be. And just don't talk shit about people. Again, at the end of the day, that's all it boils down to. Just stop talking shit about people. The moral issue with Brad Pitt was spouse battery, but let's ignore that. No doubt. What the fuck? Me as Christina Reynolds. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for letting me know. Handle to reflect Idaho 4 Hunter's awful eulogy speak to victim Ethan. It was cringe. Oh. Okay. Salty Mama said, oh, so now he's saying she appears moral and right because she's got God on her side, but they don't. Oh, this guy is way too much. How does he know? I question the cheating thing too. But yeah, the religious manipulation coming in strong.
Evidence that's flimsy at best.
It's like the fajita.
Or with evidence that, with evidence that you've seen and apologized for.
Yeah.
But I just think that's problematic So let's take it a step further. So people are going to say, "Oh, what? So what?" All right. So people people engage in this moral crusade, and people see themselves as good fundamentally and moral. Blah blah blah. Who cares, right? So okay. So Brad Pitt, may have done this abusive thing. Maybe some people think they should cancel him for that. Maybe they don't care about his work, right? Like, so people are saying, maybe, all right. So they're going after you for being immoral or whatever. People are trying to cancel you. Why should we care?
I mean, you're right. She did it. Why do we care? You fucked up. Own it and move on. Let's not use privilege to use the cops to take out restraining orders and do all the things because you think that your shit don't stink.
And I want to point out, I've canceled businesses because their values don't adhere to mine. I mean, that's fair. Right?
Yeah, I mean, right. If people
not canceled, not like gone on and tried to start a smear campaign, but learned maybe a business isn't one I want to support.
I'm not suggesting.
And if people feel that about us, I get it.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm not saying. I'm pointing out the disparity between focusing almost exclusively on moral issues,
right,
versus ignoring the work.
Right.
That if you see someone as deeply immoral and there's evidence of that, not preconceived notions of it,
mm-hmm.
then yeah, I think sure, people have the right to judge things as being immoral and not consistent with their values, and then not caring, not paying attention to someone's work. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, there's certain people like me, there might be moral questions around Brad Pitt, but it doesn't really affect me. I'm not really interested in his personal life.
For you, it's about his
work, right? Now, there might be some people that say, oh my gosh, I'm never going to see another movie by him. That's their choice.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. There's some businesses I thought, I don't want to, support that business because maybe I found out their founder isn't someone who holds my, same beliefs. And then I'll end up actually supporting them because they make a good chicken sandwich. So it happens.
So the next step in this is if humans are essentially moral creatures and that's how we see the world and evaluate them, we all want to be good. The question is, one of the questions that arises from that is, how do we maintain that? So when there's threats to our moral character, how do we maintain that perspective? How do we see ourselves as good? And the answer is there's something called the cognitive response principle.
Okay.
The cognitive response principle basically says that any information you get is only going to confirm whatever beliefs or perspectives you have. So in other words, you can get information that contradicts your identity.
I mean, is he talking to her? Or is he talking the whole damn internet? I mean, I don't know. This is weird for me. Again, are we psychologically breaking down the wife or trying to talk about the situation? I'm guessing they're also worried about losing their sponsors. I'm sure that's a lot of money. Probably. I think they always are. Southern and always will be. Kalisa says she wants them to stop talking about Brad Pitt and just say Lauren is right. When it comes down to it, relationships are transactional. Even with her son, she can use him as an excuse and a shield. That shit pisses me off so bad. When somebody comes out here and it's like, my son, my child, I've got kids for God's sakes. We've all got kids for God's sakes. Like, you weren't thinking about them when you fucked up, when you did what you did. I mean, if you're genuinely that afraid for your child, why weren't you thinking about them when you fucked up? Like, why weren't you thinking about how this could affect your child if you're so fucking worried about it now? My little children's. Like, stop. Stop it. The only threat was brought on by Lauren's own actions. Again.
Boom, 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 bam.
Fucking ridiculous.
or your view of the world, and you're going to disregard it. You don't care, right?
Yeah.
Because what you're going to do,
right
cognitive
now
response principle basically says that
Crackers.
all persuasion is self-persuasion, meaning you're going to get that information, you're going to come up with a lot of reasons why it's wrong, even though it's correct.
See, she's trying to fix the mic because even in that moment with her trying to fix the mic while he's talking, she thinks she knows so much more than him, and she's the one who controls the podcast. So therefore, let me fix the mic for him because I'm the one who does the podcast stuff. That's my field of study. So let me move the microphone close to him to show, and look at the camera in a condescending way, like, oh, he needs help with the microphone because he doesn't even understand how to work the microphone while he's sitting here telling us. So let me move it closer so that we can all hear because, the microphone and the studio and the doing the YouTube thing is more my field of study, not his, in my opinion. I'm over the situation too. I'm trying to get it to the good parts.
Somebody gives you evidence of something, you're going to come up with a lot of reasons about why that's wrong and why you're still a good person. There's also something we talk about all the time, which is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is you take evidence or information, you find the parts that confirm your view, you disregard the parts that don't.
Right.
And all of a sudden, you still believe the same thing.
Lori.
So part of this is that if you're that 4-year-old kid who thinks that Gabriel's a herter, and let's say that kid grows up with Gabriel, let's say he lives in the same neighborhood. That kid at 4 thinks Gabriel's a herter. Every bit of information that 4-year-old gets from there on out until they're adults, he could use to either confirm that view or he could get information that Gabriel, in fact, is a really good kid. He's in the Boy Scouts. But you might take, let's say, he would take that information and disregard it and tell you why Gabriel is still such a bad kid.
Because you could also say, oh, he's in the Boy Scouts, not good.
What
Depending on how you see the Boy Scouts or how you want to see Gabriel, to your point.
I'm using that. Yeah, that's true.
But it's good. That was actually a great example. Depending on how you want to see this, good or bad, is how you'll connect the dots to confirm your bias to Gabriel or to create a new view.
She's only interested in what Lauren has
right.
to say.
And
that
this
makes her
is
look good.
important because if people are engaged in a smear campaign and they get information that contradicts their belief, they're going to ignore it.
Correct.
They're going to stand their moral ground. They're going to stay with their moral superiority. They're going to remain in their self-righteous perspective
Absolutely
because
not.
they have a moral.
Absolutely not. You're talking about YouTube. You're talking about the area of YouTube that wants CBS receipts. Absolutely not. If you tell me that she's been around talking shit and you ain't showing me the receipts that prove she's been around talking shit and she said and did all these things, I'm not going to fucking believe you. But again, if she had not done it and there weren't all these receipts and all this information that she didn't want to get out, we wouldn't be worried about it. We wouldn't even be having this fucking live stream right now. Because again, even if we talk about the document right here, going through from July 3rd of 2025, where is it? It says additional conversation mentioned how Lauren was worried about her reputation and seems to be using the police to basically scare other people. Mentioned that Laura has made many statements about others that will make Lauren look bad if the statements were to get out to the public. We talked about Nevada law for two-party consent with recording phone calls. So, I mean, again, if it wasn't true, if we were just going to believe what we wanted to believe, no matter what, then all this other shit would have never happened. Lori wouldn't be worried about conversations getting out to the public that didn't exist because they wouldn't exist. She's worried because she fucked up and she don't want it out. I'll be on my phone watching TV tonight, Turtle Boy. I'll be watching my twin grandbabies, but I'll be there. That's awesome. As the live turns, YouTube soap opera, right? Shady as shit. I agree.
authority.
They'll twist the evidence. They'll edit the evidence.
They'll edit it. They'll twist it.
Oh, isn't that convenient for you to say they'll twist it and edit it? What, providing fake screenshots? I don't think they are fake.
They're going to show
They'll pull
you
the evidence out of context.
Right. They're going to show you whatever they want to show you because of confirmation bias and the cognitive response principle. So no matter what information you give them, it's not going to move the needle. It's not going to impact their perspective that you're a bad person and you're immoral. And they have to fight that battle on that moral terrain because more than likely it's going to be much more difficult to fight it on the terrain of content and the quality of content.
Yeah.
But let's move on. So that's important to know because this is why when evidence comes out to the contrary, like you and I have gotten
But the evidence that's coming out will not be to the contrary. That's what you're so worried about. This is Turtle Boy, and I saw the very first part of his live stream where he was talking shit about her, and I laughed my ass off. But there in that thumbnail, you can see what we were talking about, where he's drawn on his eyebrows to look like her eyebrows, and that's what she's so upset about and having a fit about. So he's going through and talking about her for days now. Seeing everyone he has those eyebrows. I don't know. Well, look at this short real quick.
So this one then is going to be the reply. Yep, hold on.
I'll be right there. Hold on. Don't go anywhere.
By my attorney. I actually have many attorneys now. I have 4 attorneys now. We're not taking this lightly for civil stalking.
Did she just say she has 4 attorneys? Is that what she just said? This is a really serious issue. I'm really mad. I'm really mad.
Okay, ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. In this county, where the stalking judge was filed, Utah County, it is exactly where Charlie Kirk was.
Oh,
when he was assassinated.
Oh my God.
People wondered why I haven't talked about
there
that
it
case.
is.
First off, there's only 3 of us, and we can't hit every case.
Yeah.
Very heartbreaking case. But secondly, that is in this area, and it's about a public figure who was stalked. And you know what? It scares me. That scares me. I am scared.
I'm scared.
And that was a very overwhelming case. And I have yet to cover that case. Same county.
It's like she's going to, because it's in the same county. I'm going to be killed. It's in the same county as Charlie Kirk. I'm really upset about this. My eyebrows are not moving at all. You can tell how mad I am about this, right? Oh, yeah. I'm really upset. Charlie Kirk, they killed him in this county. So statistically, I am much more likely to be assassinated in this county.
So this one then is going to be the reply.
That's Turtle Boy.
Yeah, hold on.
He's replied to all of this stuff, and it's very, very funny. So yeah, I'll probably try to watch it tonight. He's very funny. I think I did grab the link to that and paste it in chat. I'll try it again. I'll paste it again because I think I grabbed the link. Excuse me. I don't think we're going to be able to get through all of this, but we're going to watch as much of it as we can. And I will come live tomorrow to finish going through this one and then go through the court documents with you guys. I know it was insane for her to be like, this is the same county where Charlie Kirk was shot. What the fuck does that have to do with anything you have going on? You know, I just saw him when he reacted. I saw probably about 10 minutes of his live stream where he was reacting to Lauren, and I thought it was hilarious. You think so, Joan? Joe, I'm sorry, not Joan. Joe is showing it differently. You think Charlie Kirk's still alive, Joe? Maybe. I doubt it. I don't tend to lean that way, but you know, anything's possible nowadays.
Gotten a lot of feedback from people that's been very positive about creators we've helped.
Right. Cherokee, have a good day, love.
About victims we've helped. They've reached, all these people have reached out to us, right? That contradicts their narrative.
I'm going to have to go soon too.
And so therefore, that's information. That's evidence that contradicts their narrative about how immoral you are.
No, the evidence is going to show exactly how immoral she is in her own hand, from her own phone, from her own bullshit. That's the problem. That's why Lauren's looking to the side, because she knows everything coming out of his mouth right now is complete bullshit.
Therefore, they're going to use confirmation bias and they're going to use cognitive response principle to negate or deny or minimize or delete all of that information that could change their perspective, right? That's how you continue on a smear
They have
campaign.
to do a fucking thing.
You put it on moral terrain. You
just put it out.
Disengage from any contrary evidence, and that's how you keep going. In fact, that's how you escalate. But let's take the next step in this analysis, and this is
I don't think he does.
this is a step I love. There's something called
I don't think he does.
the fundamental attribution error.
Okay.
The fundamental attribution error is probably one of the fundamental principles of psychology. It's been proven over and over again by research.
Okay.
It's if there's such thing as a law in the field of psychology, this would be close to that.
Okay.
Another law.
Oh, do you see the way she leaned forward with that schoolgirl smile? She's trying every bit to feed his ego right now and to make her feel like she's so interested in what he has to say. So, motherfucker, you better be putting me on a pedestal right now to everybody that's watching this, because I'm so interested in you, and I'm gonna schoolgirl gaga over everything you're saying right now.
There's a psychologist recently deceased, Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi is his name. He used to teach at the University of Chicago. He taught flow. He wrote about flow. He's the kind of the father of that. He believed that Lord Acton's law was also a similar law. Lord Acton's law, I'm just throwing this out there to give you an example of another law in psychology. Lord Acton's law says,
yeah, I mean, I get wanting to put the psychological aspect to it, but I can't. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I found myself doing this.
Now, what the fuck is going on?
Stop with that. I mean, talk about the situation. I don't need to know about this psychologist that recently passed away. God bless him and his family, but move on with it.
Experiments that I've talked about on our Patreon, where groups are shown lines of different magnitudes.
Right.
They're given a reference line and they're shown 3 lines of different magnitudes, and members in the group are Confederates. And they're told, hey, look, this is clear cut. There's one line that matches the 3, but we want the Confederates.
What? Whoa. Now we're comparing people to Confederates, to Southern rebel Confederates that believed in slavery? Really? With the racial attributes again? What are we doing? For Turtle Boy, the comedy is far second to the attack on the First Amendment. I know. Turtle Boy, he seems funny. I really like that breakdown he did. That's the first time I've seen him, but I do like him. I don't know if I subscribed or not, but I'll probably watch him tonight. She compares herself to Charlie Kirk, and he relates to Brad Pitt. What the fuck is happening? Again, it's their egos. They see themselves as way more important than they actually motherfucking are, in my opinion. They need to take 15 motherfucking seats.
To say that this line is actually the wrong line. In other words, to say that this longer line is a shorter one, and to get people in that group to believe it. And you know what? 75% of the time,
you said we have a problem.
One of the group members believes that the wrong line is the right line simply because of group peer pressure. Those are all examples of where the situation, it's not because these people have defective personalities.
No. Group peer pressure. Group peer pressure.
So here's where the fundamental attribution error is really important in terms.
Group peer pressure that you yourself took part in when you got in those group texts and talked shit about people and possibly victims and their families. Allegedly. I haven't seen the text myself. I've just heard about them. But if that is true and that happened, you did that, ma'am. You did.
In terms of this smear campaign.
Okay.
I can't stress this enough.
Okay, he needs to back his ass right on up.
That almost every person involved in this smear campaign talked about you positively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They all talked about you in a positive light.
That's true.
Before you rejected them. Before there was a change.
Some of them rejected me too.
Yeah. But the point is that you were essentially positive, and then certain circumstances changed it, and all of a sudden you became evil, right? How is that?
But even at that, okay, you're running. You want to be a motherfucking celebrity and think that you're so profound, so much on a pedestal with your YouTube channel that you're comparing yourself to Charlie Kirk and Brad Pitt. Yet you also don't believe that people could enter your circle and get close to you just solely to get dirt on you and release that information. Like, you should have been treating it like that the whole time. And just because somebody's your friend before they start talking shit about you doesn't mean squat. That's what people do. I apologize. Third side. I sometimes it is, sometimes it don't. Sometimes I cuss, sometimes I don't. I will try to work on that, but sometimes it just comes out. Liddy, good to see you. So I apologize for cursing so much. You rejected them. Exactly. Exactly. Lala said, this has nothing to do with Dr. John as far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't the whole situation because of Lauren's actions? Why is Dr. John speaking on this? It has nothing to do with him. Trying to protect his wife and put the psychological aspect on it, but I don't think it's going the way that they thought it would, in my opinion.
Not relevant? Because they saw your personality
Joe.
as good. They saw you as kind. We have messages from people proving this.
Yeah.
Until their friendship with you or their relationship with you changed. And then all of a sudden, they became haters. You became bad, right? It's the fundamental attribution error. Do you just go?
But again, I mean, if you're in groups and you're talking crap about people and you surround yourself with people that like drama and that like to talk crap about other people, why do you think when you're not friends with them anymore, it's going to be any different? If you surround yourself with people that love the drama, then you will become a part of the drama. I mean, point blank, period. Why is that a surprise to you? You put yourself in the drama. You got in these group chats. You talked shit. Well, now you're surprised that they're doing it to you? That don't make any sense at all whatsoever. Nope, she is far from where they were. Now it's going to take a spin doctor to resurrect their channel. I agree. Lauren was attacking them privately, so no wonder they shunned her publicly. Yep. Just because you do it in private doesn't mean anything.
Oh, do you just go?
As a matter of fact, it makes it worse, in my opinion, because I would much rather somebody say something to my face than behind my back.
From saying, oh, you know what? This person is so nice. One of these people.
Yep.
That is no longer with us. She said, oh, John and Lauren are angels. All right. One of these people said, oh, Lauren is so kind.
Someone just sent us, we've been getting a lot of messages, by the way, from people that know people, and thank you. Someone else sent us a message from somebody that said they are just as nice as in person as they are on their podcast. And now
you're evil. So the issue is, this explains it. This law of psychology, the fundamental attribution error explains it. Is it because you have a defective personality and you're evil and immoral? No. It's the fact that the situation changed. How did it change? Because you either changed their employment, you changed your relationship with them, maybe you had a falling out in your friendship. It wasn't that your personality changed, it's that their status with you changed. And because that status changed, they hate you. So, why is this important? Because all the evidence here suggests that these people all saw you as good and moral and virtuous until something happened. They either rejected you, you rejected them, the friendship changed, right?
the situation changed.
The situation changed. And so in that sense, it's really no different than the Milgram experiments, in the sense that the situation is being guided by an authority figure. That's how you get the subjects to shock people, right? It's not that the people performing the shock treatments changed their personalities. It's that the situation changed. And so the most compelling evidence and most compelling argument here is you didn't change.
Thank you.
I know you didn't change.
Someone
So
actually.
you've been a shitty person the whole damn time. You've been somebody to sit there and talk shit through text messages the whole time. You didn't change. Maybe you should. Maybe you should.
Tried to tell me that I'd changed. Thank you.
You didn't change at all. The situation changed. Their status and relationship with you changed. That's it. You're the same person.
Thanks. Still drive you crazy. I can still be annoying.
Yeah, right. You can be annoying, but you know what? I'm an adult. I can handle being called annoying or having people saying they're annoying. Like that's what mature adults do. They can handle being called annoying. You can call me annoying too. You do all the time. So
you can be really annoying.
That's what grown-ups do. That's what mature people do. They can handle being labeled something.
Yeah.
So we're covering a lot of terrain here. Fundamental attribution error is proof that you're not the one who changed. The relationship changed. You're the same person. That doesn't mean you're without flaws. Doesn't mean that you're imperfect. But
I'm not perfect. I am
right.
Perfect.
So let's stay with this idea of morality, though. So with you, the fundamental attribution error basically says that you went from being a good, virtuous, moral person, and then your relationship with these people changed, and all of a sudden you're immoral, right? You're a defective character. That's the argument. It's ridiculous because every single one of these people had a change in relationship status with you, and every single one of them turned against you because of it, not because you changed. And so obviously, what does that suggest? That's envy. That's envy. We'll talk about that more later. But before we do, people still might be saying, all right, whatever.
I don't think that's envy at all whatsoever. I don't think any of this is envy. And again, even if that was the case, why involve the cops? Why involve the police? Why go take these POs out? Why do all or ROs? I'm sorry. Another one said he's acting like her dad counseling her. Right. They're very much annoying. I agree. When is the stuff going to stop being talked about? These two are full of crap. They've made themselves look so bad. And they have, in my opinion. I mean, this did nothing to help at all whatsoever, in my opinion. Yes, because sometimes it takes time to realize someone's character. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, she hasn't changed. Allegedly, and sometimes it takes time to realize someone's character, and so it took them a minute to realize who she really was. But again, if you sit there and talk shit about people, then you can't expect that they're not going to talk shit about you in return, in my opinion.
Whatever, John, like people are moral creatures. They want to think they're good. They don't change their perspective of themselves. Fundamental attribution error. Okay, so what?
Mariel.
This is the part I think that's important, because now we're going to get into why there are risks here and why this is a real problem. A lot of people, maybe not a lot, I'm sorry, there's some chatter out there that this is just like a big cat fight, right? This is just like a bunch of mean girls going at it. There's no victimization. There's no risk of violence, right? This is just all overblown. I'm going to show you now why that's not true. There's something, I'm going to read from a book here.
In other words, you're saying that I don't have a stalker and that I did a 9-hour live crying about a cat fight.
You were faking the whole thing and you were crying about a cat fight.
Or I'm dramatic. And
we'll get to that in a little bit. There's there's a couple of psychologists, Alan Fisk and Tage Rye. They wrote a book called Virtuous Violence. They've done a lot of research on this, by the way. So there's empirical support for this theory.
Okay.
But I'm going to read. It's important because there's a lot of evidence suggesting. I'm going to read a line in here that I think is really critical. In short, most violence is the exercise of moral rights and obligations. Right?
Oh yeah. Thank you, Red.
The reason this is important is because virtuous violence theory completely applies to your situation in the sense that the people engaging in this smear campaign feel morally justified. They feel like their moral rights were violated and they want retribution.
One of them reposted.
Are they wrong in that though? I mean, and I don't think it's wrong, especially when a judge looks at you and says, ma'am, that's not stalking. I don't think they're wrong in feeling that they want some retribution when you're going to CrimeCon and she's paid $1,800 to go and you're having her removed. I don't think, Lauren is the one that wants retribution, but I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think they're wrong in feeling the way that they're feeling. She fucked up. He's desperate to keep her approval. You can tell she just cuts him down at every opportunity in private. It does appear that way. It does.
On her TikTok that we should bring back public shaming. That's kind of what you're...
Exactly.
Which is the Salem witch trials too. I mean, I guess a lot of people feel that way. Clearly.
But
clearly. Like it shouldn't be done to you. But, okay, you publicly shamed Christina when you had her fucking removed from CrimeCon just because you were there. When you followed her into a restaurant and then called the fucking cops to escort you to your car because you were scared when she had already been there 2 hours before you. Clearly.
The larger point here is that there's research supporting this, and that if you engage in kind of this extreme moral crusade against someone, the natural and logical conclusion to that is harm or death. And if you think about the smear campaign, so the stalker who began the TikTok, she says quite clearly that her goal is to burn the kingdom down, right? It's clear that her goal is not only harm, reputational harm, emotional harm, psychological harm, but the harm that she really wants to affect is to ruin you and ruin your life and burn the whole kingdom down, right? The goal. So what that's implying is that she won't stop until that harm is executed and complete. So if she burns the kingdom down, then she feels morally vindicated, or if there's a death.
But Lauren is the one burning the kingdom down. Lauren is doing that. Lauren did that when she sent those text messages talking shit about victims and their families and people in group chats. Lauren burned the kingdom down every time she got the cops involved. And something that if she felt that strongly about it should have been defamation, not fucking stalking. That's going to be on her record forever that she was charged with it. Not that she was convicted. If she doesn't get convicted, it won't say that she was convicted, but it will always say that she was charged with it. Unless she gets it expunged. She's the one burning the kingdom down by doing all this fucking privilege bullshit, in my opinion.
Someone harms themselves or someone harms you, then the game's over. She's morally vindicated. Here's the problem. Here's the risk. This is why this is so risky and so important, because these people, these self-righteous, morally superior people, they want moral vindication, and they're not.
But he's talking about her. Again, like Lola the good dog said, maybe the problem is not everyone else. Maybe the problem is you, Lauren. When you keep running into the same problem in your life, all of us, everybody, if you keep running into the same problem over and over and over again with different people, maybe the problem is you. And in this case, the problem is most definitely Lauren and her talking shit. Look, they went to 3 different courts. Only the 3rd court decided to listen to them. Imagine the fuck out of that. They can't all be wrong. Right. John David, John David, John David. Oh. All sociopaths blame everyone else. It's never their fault. Just listen. Right. Yeah, what's John David, Joe?
Going to stop until they get moral vindication. And the way they get moral vindication, the way this game ends, is either you're dead or you're completely ruined. That's it. And that, by the way, is malicious intent. One of the things about stalking, and we're going to talk about the definition of stalking in a little bit, there has to be malicious intent. There has to be some intent to cause harm. You have it in spades here. When someone says that they want to burn your kingdom down, when they want to expose you, when they want to harm you,
yeah,
they feel.
But again, I go back to this document that says Lauren is worried about her reputation and seems to be using the police to basically scare other people. Lauren has made many statements about other that will make Lauren look bad if the statements were to get out to the public. That is not malicious, like doxing, stalking, etc. That is something somebody's going to release something that you have done. If people are talking shit and doxing you and saying, you know, I don't know, Lauren's going to be at CrimeCon and then she's going to this restaurant. Everybody let's meet up there and beat the shit out of her. Then you might have a problem with that. If somebody's sitting outside your house in the middle of the night with their headlights on just staring in your fucking window, that's a problem. Even being doxxed. If it's not something that I personally released myself, which it wasn't, I've never released my mugshots on my channel. I've never released my name fully on my channel, and somebody releases it saying clean up your own backyard before you mess around in others, like what happened. That's malicious. That's not something I put out there myself. And I could seek legal repercussions, and I could call the cops and cry to them about it. And, you know, if that person don't leave me alone, I might. But at this point, for what? For why? I mean, I'm not worried about it. Trust me, I got that thing on me at all times. So it wouldn't be smart to come to my house if you do have the address. There's weapons of war around this motherfucker. But, you know, I just don't see the reason. What did you do? You proved that I told the truth, that I have a criminal past. That's all you did. You proved I told the truth. So what? Who cares? But that's not even what's going on here. That's malicious intent. This is not malicious intent. Releasing text messages that you yourself wrote is not malicious intent when you don't want them to be released because it can make you look bad. She did that. She wrote those text messages that could be her downfall. She should have thought about that when she wrote it. Right. Thank you. Let's be real, those lyrics are in a song Christine played on TikTok. Right. Just singing a song her way. No.
Justify.
These are little shits that she's grabbing at, like your head on a platter. Oh, technically that's a threat. Technically that's a threat. Stop it. I saw a creator that I do not watch do a parody. Oh my God, it's so funny. She does Lauren Mathais so well. You wanted to come for dinner? I would invite. If you're talking about me, I would invite you for dinner sometime.
In doing it, they feel, as virtuous violence theory would predict.
So people are just assholes, and we have to just learn to deal with it.
They feel like most violence is the exercise of moral rights and obligations. That's exactly what this is. They're exercising in their mind their moral rights and obligations because you harm them, because you're immoral, because you're a bad person, and they will not stop until their goal is met, which is to ruin you or have you end up dead. That's the goal.
I don't think anybody wants her dead. It might be. Let's skip it ahead a little bit.
Ruination of you or death. I'm going to read a quick quote here, making this point. This is from a book called Human Destructiveness by Anthony Storr. Anthony Storr.
What? Humans destructive? No.
Okay, Ruth
Anthony Storr is a brilliant British psychiatrist. He's written a lot on a lot of topics. He's writing here about obviously human aggression and destructiveness. Here's Anthony Storr, page 142. My dogma is, quote, my dogma is that all dogma is suspect. And it seems to me that most of the harm in the world is done by those who are dogmatically certain that they are right. Okay. For being absolutely right, obsess over the victim, right? That creates an attachment to the victim. Here you have that type of obsession. Another risk here.
Months and months and months of posts, despite not communicating.
Well, despite you saying you feel threatened.
Yeah, starting it with I feel threatened, then the social media, the Instagram to Instagram and TikTok, and there's a YouTube, I didn't know actually until after this, in months and months and months and months of it without any response from me. Escalating. Obsessive.
There's also this inordinate rage
Honey bunny,
and hatred towards you. And that's a risk.
That one.
Because when people develop this intense rage towards another human being, and I think, by the way, with the TikToker, I think a lot of that is repressed. But you see it, the way you see that rage is by ignoring a stalking injunction. Right? The way you see that rage come out is by being oppositional.
How did she ignore the stalking injunction when Lauren followed her every fucking where she went? It wasn't her following Lauren. Lauren followed her and said, you have to leave. I want to see if he gives the definition for stalking here, and we'll probably just skip it to the end. I have no desire really to hear him talk the whole time. And we might do the court documents tomorrow.
Look, that's simplistic. Criteria for stalking are fixated, obsessed, unwanted, repeated. Yep. Check.
Okay, hold on. We're going to back it up a smidge.
I want people to understand the purpose of a moral crusade and what it does, how it fosters conformity or attempts to, and how it really oversimplifies the world, so that people that they don't have to grasp with, they don't have to grapple with the complexity of someone who's maybe a little more complex, somebody who can say some off-color things in private messages, someone who has a sarcastic sense of humor. You do. I do. Obviously, it got you in a little bit of trouble on Patreon, but you didn't do anything wrong. Like, part of our brand is to bring in levity. You can't clip a part of that segment and say, oh my God, she's not serious about stalking.
Duping delight or duper's delight.
So stupid.
I would love to get an interview with her.
If you don't laugh, you cry sometimes. So yeah, thank you.
Everybody that deals with true crime and law enforcement, investigators, they know how difficult it is. They know the importance of humor. Part of our brand is to be humorous. So let's talk about the definition of stalking.
Part of my survival depends on being humorous. Yeah. It's how I cope.
Right.
Okay, it's how you cope. I mean, even her snarkiness right there. I don't think that the victims thought it was too humorous when you were talking shit about them. You know what I mean? Didn't the judge say that it wasn't stalking? They did. Yep. He definitely got lucky after this show of theirs with him sucking up to her so bad. Right. Cannot imagine going live for hours and hours when proving nothing. Gross. Yep. What is your brand, don't you mean? Was your brand, don't you mean? What was her brand? Yeah. It's been 84 years. These two made the Kool-Aid, drank the Kool-Aid, and wrote a book about the Kool-Aid. No doubt.
But hey, let's vilify you for that. Let's continue the moral crusade train and just keep piling on because you showed a little bit of humor. Let me start with,
But again, text those kind of messages to your husband, to someone you know that's not going to release them. You can't trust people out here. You wanted to be part of a mean girl group and talk shit about people behind their back, and that's what you get. Y'all had no loyalty to whoever you were talking shit about behind their back, and now they've got no loyalty to you when it comes to talking shit about you and releasing all the shit you said behind people's back. I mean, what's the fucking problem here? Why did you expect any different? What? Because you're Lauren Mathais? Get the fuck out of here.
let's start defining stalking. So,
oh yeah, please.
One of my favorite definitions actually comes out of the UK. So, in the UK, there's some local police agencies and social workers and people that kind of deal with stalking that often refer to what they call the big four. And when I say the big four, I mean four as in capital F, capital O, capital U, capital R. And I know this is the UK and not here,
right.
But the big four stands for F.
Yeah, what was that one?
Fixated.
Fixated.
Yep.
F means fixated. Fixated is this. So let's go through this. Is there fixation here? So yes, there is. There are social media accounts that specifically target you. That's part of the definition of stalking. Is there has to be some type of individual target. Guess what? Every one of these social media accounts is fixated on you. Fixation, yes. Oh.
Okay, but she met these people while going to trial for the Lori Daybell, the Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow case. While during that trial, it sounds like she got involved in a group of mean girls that were doing things like example A, not letting Elise sit with any of the victims, like gatekeeping access to the victims and being mean girls. And so she gets involved with these girls, and then they get her to start talking shit, or she chose to start talking shit about the victims and all of that. And then now you're upset because all these months later, they're going to put all that shit out when you decided not to work with them or whatever. It sounds to me like it could be entirely possible from what I've heard. Again, I wasn't there. I didn't see. I don't know. But it's my speculation. They could have gotten involved just so they could get close enough to you to get some shit on you that they could release. Because they know your YouTube channel. They know who you are. And in my opinion, you make it worse by walking in there like your shit don't stink, like you're high up on the totem pole, like you're some kind of fucking celebrity, having a little young woman hold your pink Stanley cup while you take sips out of it. They might not have even known who she was, but either way, it sounds to me like they got involved and saw it as an opportunity to get some dirt on somebody and then throw it in their face later down the road. I've not seen any, I don't know, I wasn't there, I don't know, but these things are entirely possible. They happen every day. You should have just been more aware of these things and not talk shit to these people. But the best thing to do is not talk shit at all. I mean, it's really that easy. When you become an adult and you've got to worry about your children, their education, their health, the bills that you need to pay, putting food on the table, your husband and or wife, whatever you have, your family, your house, your grandmama, your mama, your brother, your uncle. I mean, ain't nobody got time for bullshit. Ain't nobody got time to act like we're in high school and get in group chats and talk shit about everybody that we see.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
When you're actually out here adulting, you're adulting and not worrying about that. And when you are blessed enough to have a YouTube channel with that many people subscribe to it to where you can make money and make a decent living off of it, you have to treat it as such. You are representing that company. That company is not you or your company. It's not the Lauren Mathais channel and how I feel and how I think and what, all of the things. It's hidden true crime. Sending text messages talking shit about people is not representing hidden true crime the way I suspect hidden true crime needs to be represented, in my opinion. I can't wait till all the body language and speech experts get a hold of this. That's going to be some shit to see, let me tell you. Why isn't she with her dying mother? I mean, good question. There shouldn't be any reason. No. She did admit to doing Botox in response to lawyer Lori's video. Lori listed all the accusations and mentioned too much Botox. Lauren ignored all but the Botox comment. Yeah, so unknowingly admitted to it. It is. I agree, Abellis. Utah stalking injunction says annoying as a statute, but it's the subject to judicial ruling. The judge sounded like his temporary ruling was weaponized and did not like it. Probably. We're going to listen to it tomorrow. She doesn't have to adult because she leaves her son with her husband and goes on the road for weeks on end. Imagine that. I'm worried about that. I'm thinking that somebody said or somebody suggested to me that they wonder if she used the law and crime being there as a reason to drop the RO because she saw law like it. Okay. They're wondering if she was going to lie under oath about this affair. Like, okay, let's say she did have an affair and there's text messages or photos or screenshots to prove it. Could that be what she's worried about? And then Law and Crime shows up and they record her lying under oath. And when she got asked about that specifically under oath, and she lies and says, no, I never had an affair. And then her haters pull out a text message or a screenshot or a photo that proves it. Then she's looking at going to jail. So she just decided to drop it. I don't know. It's one speculation, and that's all it is a speculation at this point because none of us were there and none of us know. But it's a pretty interesting theory. Could be. I wonder what all messages they have myself. We'll listen to a little bit more of this before I really got to go because I've got to get dinner started.
The O stands for obsessed. Is there obsession here? There's 50 plus or more, way more if you count all the social media accounts.
100.
There's
over 100
posts. There's over 100 posts that showed no signs of stopping or abating, all about you.
Right.
Is that obsessive? Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And Lindsay did admit on the stand during that hearing that they never heard from me that
she admitted it was about you.
She admitted it was about me.
You were the target.
Mm-hmm.
So we have fixated, obsessed. The U stands for unwanted. You, in an email and in a text, you said, I feel threatened. Please leave me alone.
Those are victimized keywords. As Tina said, Lauren knows all the lingo for victimhood, but doesn't realize how transparent a camera can be. I mean, again, that's the lingo for the victimhood. I feel threatened. Keyword that's probably written in 500 court documents. Orange Rose, thank you for sharing that milestone with us today. We're going to have a baby in a month. You're so amazing. Thank you for sharing that, Orange Rose. Orange Rose said, I agree with that 100% AS. Right? Right, Orange?
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Exactly. I mean, I'm wondering, again, I wasn't there. I didn't see. I don't know, but it's got me questioning. Oh, thank you. My cat's name is Karen. Nice to meet you, and thank you for the compliment. Those of you that are new here, we go live usually it's Monday through Sunday at 1:30 Eastern Standard. That's going to change probably in a month or so. It'll be a little bit later when I move. But we'll probably be live tomorrow too for a little while. But yeah, thank you. I'm live almost every day. This week it will be every day. An 11-hour live followed by a 5-hour live is obsessive as fuck. I agree. So what? Grow some balls. It's apparently possible these days, no doubt. In case I don't get a chance when you go, this has been a great live as always. Oh, thank you, Kate C. Thank you, love. Steph sells seashells. Good to see you. I just caught John saying Lauren apologized. Did she? The look on her face when he says this indicates she told him he apologized, but has she? Good question. She references writing apologies, but having no idea why. And when I heard her say that, I was like, well, ma'am, you might as well wipe your ass with that because it don't mean a damn thing if you're apologizing for shit and you have no idea why.
In both the text and in email.
Email. Did that stop
Oh,
it?
thank you.
Nope.
Queen of Hearts.
Actually,
I appreciate
it escalated from there. Everything that was being sent to you, you said, please don't do this. And the person continued. Not only continued, but escalated. The R stands for repeated.
Okay, yeah, let me.
I think that's obviously a no-brainer. Was this behavior repeated? Obviously, over and over and over. So the definition of stalking, the most simplistic criteria for stalking are fixated, obsessed, unwanted, repeated. Yep. Check.
Something obsessed, unwanted, repeated. Forced, obsessed, unwanted, repeated. And I mean, again, the girl could say that about what Lauren is doing to her. Forced her to leave CrimeCon. I think F was forced. I could be wrong about forced, but obsessed would be when the girl's been in a restaurant eating for 2 hours. Lauren walks in, sits by the exit, and then calls the cops saying she needs to be escorted to her fucking car. Following that girl around everywhere she goes just so she can make her be escorted out of the area. Unwanted. That girl, unwanted. Let's see. What has Lauren done that's unwanted toward that girl? I mean, she didn't want her to fire her, but it's Lauren's company and all of that. I don't know. And repeated, she repeatedly asked for that girl to be removed from everywhere that Lauren was, even the CrimeCon and all of that. Unwanted. Unwanted. I don't know what unwanted would be. Because she's the one with the text messages and all of that. But, I mean, the girl could almost say the same for Lauren. Finding Lori, thank you. Thank you so much for the compliment. Pick up a mirror, said Queen of Hearts. Exactly.
Here's how on one of the websites that talks about the big four defines stalking. Stalking, and this is stalking. This is physical or cyber. This is both, right? Quote, this is from a website in the UK. Stalking is a pattern of unwanted, repeated behavior that can leave you feeling scared or distressed. You don't have to be threatened with violence to be a victim of stalking. Any kind of persistent, unwanted contact that causes distress is stalking.
Oh, yeah.
Do you fit that definition? Yes.
Lauren does, yeah. So I just looked up Kesha's live. She hasn't got it scheduled yet. But if she schedules it for the time that I normally go live, I will make a post saying that I'll go live after she does hers. I would like to go over it. But see, we've got this whole thing here. That's all court document. Like there's a lot for us to go through. So we'll have plenty of stuff even if I end up being live before she goes live. But I'd love to talk about it. Lolis, thank you so much for the super sticker with the emoji with the twirly eyes. I like that. Saying, "Wow, that's insane! That's insane! That's insane!" Thank you so much for the support and thank you for the super sticker. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. That was so sweet. I greatly appreciate you and your support. I like your dog too. So she's talking about all of us right now. Is he talking about is he stalking all of us right now? I'm sorry, I'll get it in a minute. You could say so. The pretend judge. Good to see you. Good to see you. That YouTuber, I don't think it's the YouTuber, I think it's the TikToker. The Kesha one I'm talking about is one of the related to the victim. Okay, here, hold on. I'm related to the Woodcock family and a niece of Charles Vallow. As the aunt of J.J. Vallow and cousin of Tylee Ryan, I am on a mission to seek justice by uncovering the troubling beliefs of my former aunt, Lori Vallow, and her husband, Chad Daybell. So she's going to talk about all of this stuff with hidden true crime, because hidden true crime's like, oh, I'm all about the victims and all of this. Evidently she's got some things to say from what rumor has it. I'm going to drop her link again, and hopefully we can go over what she says tomorrow. I would love to cover that. Let me drop her link in chat so you guys can subscribe. We'll talk about that tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead, and since we covered the stalking thing, I'm going to skip it towards the end because I really got to go.
Each post, each confrontation, each violation represents a separate act far exceeding the statutory minimum, which is 2.
Yeah.
2 incidents. That's all you needed.
Right. Just 2.
But more than that, let me just reiterate, her
to.
violating the stalking injunction at CrimeCon, that should have been an automatic grounds for enforcement.
Yeah.
And the judge wouldn't.
She didn't violate it at CrimeCon, though. She was served at CrimeCon, and she didn't walk like anywhere that she was at. Lauren put herself there. Just like the judge says, if you're concerned about the stalker, why do you keep putting yourself in the presence of your alleged stalker? What the hell? That's why it wasn't enforced.
Even hear it. Respondents' opposition rests on 2 fundamental legal errors. Number 1, the belief that public visibility diminishes one's right to be free from stalking. And 2, the claim that social media accounts dedicated to attacking an ex-friend constitute protected public discourse. Both positions find no support in Utah law and would create dangerous precedents. I agree with that, by the way. That if this was dismissed, if we didn't drop this, the precedent here would have been unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. A small court in Provo, Utah, setting a precedent for all kids and adults to engage in unrestricted stalking under the guise of free.
It's not stalking. That's why the judge disagreed, John, because it wasn't stalking. It was Lauren worried about the shit she's talked and possibly the shit she's done behind the scenes, getting out here to tarnish her reputation. She should have thought about that when she was doing it.
Speech for the rest of their lives. The statutory language is clear and dispositive. Utah Code 76-5-106.5 explicitly prohibits communications, quote, to or about an individual. The legislature did not limit the statute to direct contact. It deliberately included or about to capture indirect harassment campaigns.
To or
about. She doesn't need to speak to you. She just needs to speak about you.
Her attorneys actually specifically left out
about. Yeah.
On purpose, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. Grayson even noted it. And then so did her attorney.
Yeah.
Her attorneys left out some of the case law.
Right. That was convenient. Let's just leave out the case law. Respondents' creation of multiple social media accounts posting 50 plus times about petitioner over 6 months falls squarely within the statutory prohibition. Each of these 50 plus posts represents a deliberate choice to continue communicating about petitioner to third parties, far exceeding the statutory minimum of 2 acts required for a course of conduct. Utah's civil stalking statute protects all persons equally, regardless of their public profile or social media presence. The statute's inclusion of communication about individuals demonstrates the legislature's clear intent to prevent exactly what respondent has done here: conduct an indirect harassment campaign through social media. To hold otherwise would eviscerate stalking protections in the modern digital age.
But she's not. She might be a little bit trolling, but again, she's just saying shit that Lauren has said herself. Lauren said she wanted to be a surrogate and carry her brother's child, which is weird for me, okay? It's not, I don't have so much of an issue with her taking the swimmers and possibly, making it to where somebody could have a child in the future. I don't see that as great, But I think it should be his decision at the end of the day. I say that because it's possible to have that conversation. I think at the end of the day, I would have said no. If God wanted him to have a child, God would have made him have a child before he was brain dead. What's weird for me is her saying that she's going to get another woman's egg and his sperm and carry a child that is his in her body as the incubator and then have birth. And other people think that's fucking weird too. But you said that shit. You're the one who said it. She's trolling you, but there's nothing illegal about that. I'm sorry. Sorry, your little fifis are hurt, but I mean, build a bridge and get the fuck over it. I mean, end of. Orange Rose, thank you so much for the super sticker. Oh, look at the little bone. The little fox has a bone with a little bow on it, and it's adorable. Thank you so much. I've never seen that. It looks like he's got like a karate outfit on and is like kneeling, like to present her a bone. Thank you so much, Orange Rose. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. That was so cool. Thank you. I appreciate the support. See me, feel me, touch me, heal me. I remember that song, but I couldn't sing it in tune. Good night, Kate. Good night. See you later, Kate. Sleep well. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be going to. That's like I said, really gotta go. Let's see what they close with real quick. Another book.
It again. The witches were
Thank you,
presumed to
Orange. That was
be
sweet and adorable.
little more than fantasies conjured by a mixture of fear,
Right.
ambition, frustration,
Yeah, the other
jealousy,
egg,
and
thank God for
perverted
that, but
pride.
it's still a little weird to me.
Why fear?
You have to question.
Why fear? Because I think you pose threats to people's identities. You pose threats to their self-esteem. You may have
Ooh,
posed threats to their businesses.
probably, but
Not from anything you did.
I'll say I didn't.
Not from anything you did. Just from running our channel, from producing good art and good content, by getting good interviews, by being a quality journalist, by being an ethical journalist. You created.
But she's not. She's talking shit. She created this. She did that. She did it. That would be cool, little bit, Elisa, but I have geese and chickens, and so I would not be wanting to feed the foxes because I wouldn't want them to get in my hen house. But I would probably enjoy doing that if I didn't have the animals. Her brother was really, or was that her trying to make him normal? I didn't know that, salty mamas. So yeah, if he wouldn't have wanted that, then absolutely not. Yeah, that's fucked up.
Fear.
When you put it that way, you know what I mean?
Ambition, because all of these
Up
people were
until that live,
competitors.
then you did.
Their ambition.
Oh yeah, thank
Their
you
ambition to see
for being
you
here.
as a witch.
Stop.
Frustration. This group was frustrated because they couldn't control you.
Oh my, y'all. Excuse my cuss words real quick, but
What the fuck, y'all? God damn! God damn! God damn!
with the victim mentality, they see you as a witch. They want to control you. No, she's trying to control them by making them not be able to use their voice, by shutting them up. Even the judge agreed with that. That's what she's trying to do. Stop it.
This group couldn't get you to conform. Jealousy.
Jealousy.
Jealousy over the quality of your work.
Oh.
Nothing more.
Over the.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
I'm about to. Y'all. Can you believe what the fuck you are hearing right now? Holy.
Jealousy over the fact that you were growing so rapidly. Perverted pride.
Perverted pride.
That's the pride to control the world. The pride to dominate the world.
Yeah, why does Lauren look so mad right now? Is that what he's saying hitting a little bit close to home? Sweet cheeks.
The pride to control other people.
Hey, Max.
The
Good
pride
to see
to
you, love.
harass other people, to control them, to intimidate them. And most importantly, I'm going to add with this final thought, the pride to engage in a self-righteous moral crusade against you for no reason other than pure fantasy.
Fantasy? You mean the fantasy world that Lauren lives in her head? By thinking that she's the king and queen, that y'all are just, perfect and your shit don't stink?
That's it.
Of fucking course it is.
That's all you got? And I don't have a watch on. Thank you. It wasn't 9 hours. But you did pretty good.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot. You didn't have to take a bathroom break. I did.
That's true. No, I took one.
Why did you just wipe your
so
nose
did
and
I.
your arm, you nasty? Yuck. That was gross. Okay, well, throwing some lifelines, trying to rescue them. Blinders are real. Like, it was deep in here tonight. I would say get your boots on, but you need the full waisted waders that go like up to your chest for that bullshit. Jeez Louise. Like, shit was real motherfucking deep. Lord, we've been going for 5 hours. I'm about to pull me a damn 9-hour live stream. Let me let y'all go. He is so exaggerated, isn't he? Y'all. Shit is crazy. Well, we will be back tomorrow. I will plan on going live at 1:30 like we normally do so we can go over the court documents. After I cook dinner, but before I go to bed, I will put the court documents on my Patreon. If you guys want them without the watermarks, I'll put watermarks on them and we will go over them and what the judge had to say in the hearing on tomorrow's live stream. If I see when difficult research, Kresha, Kresha, schedules her live. If it's the same time or if she's live during the 1:30 live, I will wait and go after her, and we hopefully will be able to talk about both of them tomorrow. For those of you that are new here, I'm usually not live on Sundays, but we will go live tomorrow because I do want to get through those actual court documents with you guys so we can go over everything. And I'm going to work on trying to get the TikTok videos of the other girl, Christina, and her side. Also, I will work on getting back to those of you I haven't responded to an email. Again, when I'm not live, we've been packing and cleaning and all of the things. So it's just been a hectic week. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the support. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, opinions, and speculations. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you. Please stay safe out there tonight. Please don't go to channels where they call you fans because that means they think they're better than you. And I don't think that's right. I like hanging out with you guys. I like it when we all talk together as like a big group and share our thoughts, opinions, and speculations and learn from each other. Thank you for being here and teaching me things that I didn't know, letting me know that I'm not crazy in the way I'm seeing this and the way I'm thinking about things. And be careful for cults. Stay safe and stay the hell away from them crazy ass cults. If nobody has told you you are enough, you are important, you are special, and you are loved. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye.